Chapter 257. Curled up in the cupboard, Klein quietly activated his spirit vision and saw two blobs of aura colors enter. "Erica, I've brought you a gift," a deep voice echoed after the door was closed. As expected of a gentleman from the kingdom of Rouen. Even if he was having an affair, he was still a little old-fashioned. If it was a man with intis, he would have been calling her sweetheart, baby, my angel, and so on. Klein could not help but complain in his heart. Of course, this was all based on the stereotypes in newspapers, magazines, and novels. Erica Taylor asked in pleasant surprise, "Let me guess. Is it Fadman's eye cream, face cream, or essence? Or Lackney's? What's all this?" Klein was a little confused. Obviously, Dollagh Gale couldn't react in time either. 7 or 8 seconds later, he said, "No, it's stockings. In this world, because oil has not yet been discovered, there are no corresponding cheap chemical product. Silk stockings are high-end goods woven from pure silk. Not bad. Let me take a look." Erica's delight did not diminish. "I bought them at Philip's department store yesterday. 30 soldi each. There are 5 pairs in total," Dollagh said in a slightly ostentatious manner. "So expensive. So expensive." Erica and Klein said the same thing, one with a sigh and the other with a sigh. After working for so many years, Banson's weekly salary was only £1.10, which was 30 soldi, which was equivalent to a pair of stockings. Yet, he relied on this salary to educate his younger brother and sister, feed them well, and provide them with a place to sleep. An ordinary worker with a bit of skill only earns around 20 soldi a week. Klein was speechless. "No, it's not expensive. The stockings are worth this much. I even gave you an extra tip of 5 soldi." As Dollagh spoke, the color of his aura became brighter. Klein guessed that he had taken off his coat. "Then I'll give it a try," Erica Taylor said in a gentle voice. "I feel like I'm watching a dirty movie, and it's even a live broadcast. Moreover, Miss Bodyguard is here too." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he watched the red flow between the two. He watched as the emotional light of both sides quickly turned red like a raging fire. The purple is getting closer to the red and moving upwards. The red is wrapping around the green and the orange-red. Klein listened to the panting and low laughter while he deduced the movements and positions of the two people outside from the changes in the aura. When he felt that it was about time, Klein silently pushed open the cupboard door and looked in the direction of the bed. Dollagh and Erica were already entangled. Their clothes were half undone, and their movements were intense. Klein raised the paranormal camera and aimed it at the passionate couple, waiting for the scene where he could see both of their faces at the same time. When Dollagh and Erica fell to the bed in each other's arms, Klein finally captured the most suitable picture and pressed the button to take a picture. The cracking sound was not obvious, and the intense flash and other anomalies were confined to a small area, so it did not alarm the man and woman. Due to his lack of confidence in his photography skills, Klein took a few more photos, intending to have a choice in the future. He was only prepared to give his employer one photo, because too many photos would make the lawyer question why the other party hadn't noticed that someone was taking photos. The underwear fluttered to the ground, and the panting suddenly intensified. Klein hugged the portable camera, skillfully rolled out of the cupboard, and closed the door in passing. He continued rolling until he reached the door of the lounge, then quietly opened it and returned to the corridor. Done. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and politely closed the door silently. Then, he pressed his hand to his chest and bowed in the direction of the bed. Without further delay, he returned to his lounge. "I'll get the remaining £7 soon. Furthermore, I've earned an additional membership certificate of the Quelleg Club worth more than £50. Food, lodging, and entertainment are included." "No, that's much more expensive than £50. Without an introduction or connections, I wouldn't be able to join this club with £100. This mission is really good. It's simple, safe, and profitable." Klein put down the portable camera and sighed inwardly. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the camera's lens. Miss Bodyguard, dressed in a black regal dress, slowly emerged and floated in midair again, her face still as pale as ever. Recalling that he had taken her to watch some dirty movies, Klein changed the topic in embarrassment. "I'm going to the cafeteria to get something to eat. Do you want to join me?" Each member could bring one guest. As for how to explain the sudden appearance of a guest, Klein's plan was to go out for a spin before returning. Miss Bodyguard replied in a flat tone, "I can go 2 weeks without eating." As she spoke, she turned around, her back facing Klein. She floated towards the mirror and instantly disappeared. What sequence is she? Klein thought curiously as he put the portable camera back into the suitcase. After doing all of this, he went to the bathroom and resolved his personal problems. After washing his hands and wiping his face, Klein looked at the mirror and examined his current appearance. As he hadn't shaved this morning, there was a bit of bluish-black stubble on his mouth and chin. His hair was parted at a ratio of 3:7, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked refined and scholarly with a hint of maturity. There's a certain difference from before, but it's still recognizable upon closer inspection. When my beard grows to a certain extent, I won't have to worry too much. In the future, when I advance to sequence 6 faceless, I won't have to be afraid of anything. Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He walked out of the bathroom, picked up his suitcase, and went to the cafeteria on the first floor. It was just past 9, and it was still considered breakfast. Klein took a double-sided half-cooked fried egg, a piece of white bread, a piece of butter, a desi pie, a portion of bacon, and a cup of marquee black tea with lemon slices floating on it. While looking for a seat, he suddenly saw an acquaintance. It was the surgeon, Alan Series, who had recommended him to join the club. The tall and thin gentleman was sitting alone in a corner. He had already finished his breakfast and was flipping through the newspaper while drinking coffee. "Good morning, Dr. Series." Klein walked over and greeted the somewhat cold Alan. The surgeon pushed up the spectacles on his nose and said, "That's right. Just call me Alan, Detective Moriarty. According to the principle of reciprocity, you have to call me Sherlock." Klein sat down and asked, "Is there any news today? I came out in a hurry and didn't read the newspaper." The assassination of Ambassador Intis was carried out by a terrorist organization known as the Aurora Order. Sigh, the world is getting more and more chaotic. It's only a matter of time before there's a full-scale war that will affect the northern and southern continents, Alan said emotionally. "Sir, the war has never stopped. It's just that we can enjoy peace." Klein ate the fried egg and replied with a smile, "What a pity. It's impossible for private detectives like us to help with such an important case." Alan flipped through the newspaper and said, "This news doesn't have much to do with us. What's really important is that today or tomorrow, the House of Commons and House of Lords will finally pass a few things after a long debate. The first is the Government Employee Unified Examination Act, as well as the corresponding regulations and implementation plan. The second is the establishment of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. The third is the establishment of an independent alkaline industry prosecutor. The latter two are to deal with pollution. God, they're finally paying attention to this problem. The number of patients in the hospital suffering from lung diseases is constantly rising. Is it finally going to be passed? I wonder how Banson's preparations are going. Will he be affected by my death? Klein's smile suddenly brightened. This is a good thing. She wants herself or her husband, Duragu, to become a member of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council. Her chances are greater. She doesn't hold a position in a commercial company, and she's a believer of the goddess. And no matter what kind of organization it is, there's always a need for balance. Alan mentioned Klein's employer. I suggest that she come to the club more often. We have a few members of the House of Commons here. In the Kingdom of Rouen, The composition of the House of Commons was mainly made up of wealthy people and representatives of certain nobles. However, there were also many professionals, such as doctors, lawyers, priests, teachers, scientists, and accountants. The Quelag Club targeted all kinds of professionals from the middle class, regardless of party affiliation. Klein didn't know much about such matters, so he casually responded with a few words before changing the topic. "Alan, it's Friday today. Don't you need to go back to the hospital?" "No, I'm on leave. Things have been really bad recently." Alan suddenly frowned. "What happened?" Klein drank a mouthful of black tea and asked. As Bakerland had just been assassinated, Rosego's corpse had been thrown into the sewers far away, and it was unknown when it would be discovered. Klein was concerned about the fallout and his incomplete disguise, so he didn't plan on taking on any difficult missions that would easily expose him. Therefore, he was very interested in potential, simple, and lucrative tasks. Alan put down the newspaper and sighed. "I've been too unlucky recently. I've made mistakes in a few consecutive surgeries. Thankfully, they didn't cause too serious of an outcome. Otherwise, my license might have been revoked. Although in the current era it wasn't big news for surgeons to die during surgery, and it was a common occurrence, the punishment was still quite severe if a serious accident was caused by a mistake. All right, I can't help much. Well, actually, I know of a luck enhancement ritual, but its effect is to send you above the gray fog." Klein lowered his head and chewed on his bread. After breakfast, he bade farewell to Alan. First, he withdrew £500 in cash and gave Miss Bodyguard £300. Then, he returned home. As he waited for the photos to be developed, he hoped that some simple commission would come knocking on his door. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any for the time being. In the evening, Klein prepared to head out again. His target was the Brave. Chapter 258. Before leaving, Klein flipped a coin and asked if it wasn't a good day to go to the Brave. After getting a negative answer, he looked around and whispered to the air, "Is there anyone monitoring me today?" After a few seconds of silence, Miss Bodyguard's ethereal voice suddenly came from behind him. "No." Klein subconsciously looked back, but he still couldn't find Miss Bodyguard. His attention quickly shifted to the answer, and he could not help but chuckle in his heart. MI9 didn't even put me on the suspect list. After confirming that Rosego hadn't looked for me, he completely threw me aside. Should I feel honored or insulted? That's right. A detective who's busy looking for a cat to catch an affair can't possibly be related to assassinating an ambassador or killing a Sequence 5 powerhouse. Also, MI9 had been monitoring me for a while. My panic, helplessness, and my struggle to save myself were all seen by them. It was obvious that I couldn't cause any real harm to the ambassador. Amidst his thoughts, Klein put on his half-top hat, picked up his black silver-inlaid cane, and walked out of 15 Minsk Street. He spent 2 solely on a rental carriage and arrived at the Brave on Iron Gate Street in the Bakeland Bridge area. He walked in with familiarity and passed through the drinkers who were cheering around the boxing ring. He came to the bar and knocked on the table. "A Southville beer." The bartender looked up at him and muttered, "Casper's is in card room number 3. Klein smiled, took out 5 one-penny copper coins and pushed them to the man. Following that, he picked up a wooden cup and drank the white frothy Southville beer. He circled around the 2 most crowded, lively, and sweaty arenas and knocked on the door of card room 3. Casper's was playing Texas Hold No Limit with a group of people. The stack of cash in front of him was high, and the pile of yellow coins was dazzling. Noticing Klein's gaze, the black market weapons merchant with a huge scar on his face twitched his big red nose and said casually, "That's right. I don't like to use chips. It makes me feel unreal. The texture of the banknotes and the weight of the coins are intoxicating. It feels as good as F***ing a woman." After mumbling these words, Caspers frowned slightly. "What are you doing here?" Klein did not answer directly. He gestured with his lips to indicate that they should talk outside. Damn it! I'm going to empty them. Bullshit, I'm not following. Caspers threw the 2 cards in front of him to the middle, then limped to the door and said to Klein, "You better have a good reason." After leaving the card room and arriving at a corner, Klein lowered his voice and said, "I want to know when the next party is, like the last one." Caspers scrutinized him suspiciously. "Didn't Merrick talk to you? It's not about hiring a bodyguard. It's just that I'm very interested in that, you know." Klein was telling the truth. Caspers hesitated for a moment before saying, "There's a party tonight. The organizer is still the same person from last time, but you need to wait for more than half an hour. I'll go inform them first. You showed your credibility last time, so I don't think it'll be a problem." "No problem, I'll pay you." Klein touched the notes in his pocket. "It's only £1 this time." Caspers looked very generous. "It's worth it." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up at the same time. After paying, he found a seat and sat down. As he drank the rich wheat aroma of Southville beer, he watched the fight in the boxing ring. "I can beat both of them down at the same time." Klein quickly came to this conclusion. After more than 10 minutes, Caspers returned to the bar, looked around, and lowered his voice. The other side agreed. "We'll be there in half an hour. Holy Lord of Storms, I hope you haven't forgotten that mask." With regards to this, Klein gave an affirmative answer. He slowed down the speed of his drinking, sipping it in small mouthfuls. It took him half an hour to finish a large 500 milliliters cup of Southville beer. It was still the same path as before, and it was still the same house without any light. Klein wore the metal mask that only covered the upper half of his face and watched as Caspers knocked on the door rhythmically. "It's different from the last time. The knocking keeps changing." Klein listened carefully for a while and saw the small wooden board on the door open, and a pair of eyes peek out. After going through the same process, he put on a hooded robe and hid his entire face in the shadows. It was still the same activity room, and it was still the same dimly flickering candle. Klein randomly found a seat and sat down quietly. But unlike before, he wasn't repressed or tense this time. Instead, he leisurely surveyed the area. The cold wind that blew at the back of his neck confirmed that Miss Bodyguard had followed him in without anyone noticing. Indeed, there aren't any Sequence 5 Beyonders gathered here. There might not even be a Sequence 6 Beyonder. Klein thought thoughtfully. After listening for a while, he saw the round-faced apothecary change his sitting posture, as though he wanted to speak. Indeed, the apothecary, who revealed half of his chubby face, quickly raised his hand. "Black Snake seems to have died in the sewers. Those beasts are still plundering." "Black Snake is dead?" Upon hearing this news, Klein was rather stunned. Black Snake was the man who had sold him the listener's relic, allowing him to successfully create the language of foulness. He was suspected to be a member of the Aurora Order. He can't be weak, but he actually died in a simple mission to clear the beasts in the sewers. Klein frowned in puzzlement and suddenly recalled something. When he discovered Zreel's corpse, he had heard thumping sounds deep in the sewers. By the time he led Ian over, Zreel's corpse had already been partially devoured by strange beasts. It was at the bottom of Iron Carbon Street in Eastborough, quite far from the Bakeland Bridge area. "I wonder if it's related." Klein didn't have the urge to verify this matter. The news of Black Snake's death quickly spread in the dark activity room, attracting many people's whispers, spreading a sense of empathy and fear. The apothecary clapped his hands. "So, what should I do?" The whispers suddenly disappeared, and the silence in the room seemed to solidify. Due to the apothecary's advice, which he wasn't afraid of offending others, Klein thought for a moment and took the initiative to speak. "If I were you, I think I'd give up on the remaining herbs and never go there again." "Why?" "They will mature very quickly. Those beasts hide deep in the sewers and typically don't come out," the apothecary asked hesitantly. Klein deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "There should be an organization behind Black Snake. There should be an organization behind Black Snake. His death will definitely lead to an investigation. I don't think you want to deal with them, right? Having a listener's relic didn't mean that Black Snake was definitely a member of the Aurora Order, but him addressing the true creator as a great existence indirectly proved this point. Moreover, he would rather believe that it was true than hope. Yes. Apothecary nodded slightly, as if he had already made a decision. Klein added a few more words. If it were me, I would report this to the police anonymously. What? Many members of the gathering exclaimed in shock. Klein explained without changing his tone. Since the beasts in the sewers could kill the black serpent, it means that they are very dangerous. Everyone lives in Bakeland. If a disaster really happens because of this, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be affected. So, the best choice is to attract the attention of the police and let the authorities handle this matter. Isn't it great that we don't have to take risks and enjoy the good results? Just as he finished speaking, Eye of Wisdom applauded. What a great idea! We are afraid of the official Beyonders, but we can also use them. Don't think of handling everything ourselves. That's because I'm an official Beyonder. My train of thought is definitely different from pure wild Beyonders like you. Klein lampooned with a smile. After speaking, he returned to the attitude of a bystander, listening to others sell or buy items and materials. He watched the transactions succeed or fail, but there was nothing he was interested in. He didn't hang up the Beyonder ingredients he needed for the time being. He planned on observing the circle a few more times. As time passed, Eye of Wisdom began to arrange for people to leave, one person every 3 minutes. Klein was the first to go out last time, so he didn't know what happened next. Only now did he notice that there were at least 5 exits. The attendants of Eye of Wisdom would take different people through different passages, trying their best to avoid them and prolong the time. More than half an hour later, there were only 3 members of the gathering left in the activity room. Apart from Eye of Wisdom, the other 2 were Klein and the man suspected to be an apothecary. Eye of Wisdom looked at Klein and laughed with an old voice. Looks like your luck isn't bad. He recognized me as the person who bought the ominous item, Black Snake. Klein smiled and said, Yes, I won the bet. Hearing their conversation, the apothecary's eyes widened as he scrutinized Klein. After a long while, he said, Do you have any other lucky mystical items? I've already treated you as a dead man. You sure are direct. Klein replied tactfully, Perhaps I'm lucky enough to begin with. In fact, he also wanted a similar item. Eye of Wisdom sighed and said, Lad, don't always bet on luck, especially in such matters. Even if you've won many times in the past, as long as you lose once, you won't have a chance to turn the tables. I know, that's why I came to this gathering to see if I can buy anything useful. I'm considered the same as you, Klein said casually. The same. The apothecary sighed exaggeratedly. I should have listened to my teacher back then. Teacher? He's suspected to be an apothecary. The apothecary pathway is controlled by the Church of Earth Mother and the Life School of Thought. The Life School of Thought's inheritance is a master-disciple system. Klein's heart stirred as he asked curiously, Why do you say that? The apothecary sighed and said, My teacher made me choose the path that can make people lucky enough, but I ended up becoming a concoctor of potions. In the end, I haven't been able to find the main ingredients for the next sequence potion for 2 years. Your luck makes me jealous. Make people lucky enough. This is very similar to the monster sequence pathway. He's really a member of the Life School of Thought. Klein smiled. What's the reason for your choice? The apothecary suddenly straightened his back. This is a man's choice. Chapter 259. A godlike reason. Upon hearing the apothecary's answer, as a clown, Klein couldn't control the changes in his expression. Fortunately, he still had an iron mask on his face. The apothecary didn't notice the reactions of Klein and Eye of Wisdom as he continued, That's why I like Bakeland very much. That's why I like Backlund very much. There are many street girls here. They appear outside music halls and theaters, waiting in the streets and alleys. Some of them are professional, while others are part-time. They were originally female workers and maids, and they have a different flavor. It's said that in certain places in Westborough, there will occasionally be a bankrupt noble lady. It's really something to look forward to. Klein nudged up the iron mask that covered half his face and quickly changed the topic. Does your teacher have anything to say about your choice? The apothecary shook his head slightly. No, he just kicked me out of the door after teaching me about herbs. He told me to travel the continent and experience life. Damn it, he didn't even tell me where to find the ingredients for the subsequent potions. At this point, the apothecary looked at Klein and added, If you know where to find the spring of the elves' marrow crystals, please tell me. If you know where I can find the essence crystal of the fountain of the elves, please tell me. I will pay you. Of course, you can also buy it first and sell it to me at a higher price. You are a lucky guy. Maybe you can help me fulfill my wish. All right. Klein casually agreed and asked thoughtfully, When the time comes, can I use it to exchange for the apothecary potion formula? From his point of view, apothecary was a very useful support job that could be used to nurture helpers. The apothecary, who wasn't too fat but rather rotund, quickly shook his head. No. I can only teach my students. Is this a rule of the life school of thought? Perhaps a certain hidden existence has been used as a witness to swear an oath. Klein thought, unsurprised. At this moment the apothecary chuckled. But I can tell you where to get the apothecary formula. It's in Bakeland. Very good. Klein was pleasantly surprised. Realizing that Eye of Wisdom was about to send him off again, he hurriedly asked, Mr. Apothecary, do you have any medicine to treat mental disorders? Klein was putting on a show for Miss Bodyguard, making her even more certain that he had been slightly influenced by the true creator and had become a latent lunatic. He was trying his best to seek treatment. Yes, sedatives. 10 solely for one. I'll bring you 4 for the next gathering. Trust me, these are definitely more useful than the ones in the hospital. I've added some spiritual ingredients, the apothecary answered without hesitation. How expensive? In Tingen's underground market, the sedatives from the hospital cost 1 to 2 solely each, while the ones from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind cost 4 to 5 solely each. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein put on an act and looked at Eye of Wisdom. Honorable Sir, may I attend the next gathering? Pay attention to the Bakeland Morning Post every day. When there's an advertisement for the purchase of goods by the Ernst firm on the 5th page, it indicates that there will be a gathering here at 8 in the evening the next day. The strength and interval of the knocking depends on the price. The first number is the number of heavy knocks, the second is light, the third is long, and the fourth is short. The rest are meaningless. Eye of Wisdom nodded. After describing the information, he sighed. Beyonders who don't belong to the official organizations and aren't part of any organization aren't as good as you imagine. On the one hand, we have to hide our secrets and avoid the officials. We have to maintain a cautious and careful state at all times. On the other hand, we have to fight against losing control and madness. Too many of our kind have died because of these two matters. Even if we successfully avoid the attention of the officials and avoid losing control and madness, we will still fall into a predicament of lacking ingredients, not being able to find the items we want, and not being able to obtain enough knowledge at any time. I organize such gatherings so that everyone can help each other. Unfortunately, it's an era where mysteries are scarce. Many Beyonder ingredients rarely appear again. That's right, but I have Mr. the Hanging Man, who knows the coordinates of some primitive islands. There's also my classmate from the City of Silver, the Sun, who is constantly fighting against all kinds of monsters in the depths of the darkness. I can rely on them for some Beyonder ingredients. Klein politely got up and bowed to Eye of Wisdom. Your character is admirable. After sitting down again, Klein suddenly thought of something and asked after some deliberation, "What's going on?" He deliberated and asked, "Gentlemen, do you have any mystical items? Just like the one Black Snake sold me, but it doesn't have too serious or negative problems. I want to have some ability to protect myself." His plan was to find something he was interested in and figure out the price before determining his goal. "Although I don't have money now, it doesn't mean that I won't have it in the future. Can't I ask for the price if I don't have money?" Klein silently added in his heart. The apothecary spread his hands, indicating that he didn't have any, or that he wouldn't sell them even if he did. Eye of Wisdom chuckled and said, "I do have some. I do have some. What kind do you want to buy? Give me a rough range." "Some. He's most likely a savant pathway beyonder who relies on external objects." Klein didn't hide his envy as he said, "I want something stronger than myself. It's best if it has mystical powers that don't improve my combat skills." He didn't go into too much detail to maintain his image as a beginner. Eye of Wisdom smiled and said, "I have an item that's very suitable for your requirements. I have an item that suits your requirements very well." It was once codenamed 2-081. 2-081? Klein asked in puzzlement. His puzzlement was just a facade, and he was more alarmed inside. "This is a sealed artifact from the Church of the Goddess, from behind Cheney's Gate?" Klein didn't expect to encounter a familiar numerical code name here. Eye of Wisdom casually explained, "Many mystical items have obvious latent dangers that can cause a certain degree of harm. Therefore, the churches of the 7 Orthodox deities are collecting and sealing them. They call them sealed artifacts and use numerical codes to distinguish them. Many mystical items have obvious latent dangers and can cause a certain degree of harm." After a long period of debate and communication, the 7 churches have formed a unified naming system. They use 0, 1, 2, and 3 to indicate the different levels of danger. Among them, Grade 0 is the most dangerous. It's said that it's a terrifying item that can destroy a country or even the world. The churches of the 7 Orthodox deities will inform each other of their Grade 0 and 1 sealed artifacts, telling each other what they have. Therefore, the code names for Grade 0 and Grade 1 won't be repeated. Grade 2 and Grade 3 will be ordered separately. Different churches might have the same code name. Klein had long known the general situation from the Nighthawks, but he was very puzzled by one of the problems. Inform each other of their Grade 0 and First Street sealed artifacts code names? Isn't this exposing our family's assets? It will let the other churches know how many trump cards we have. Of course, this can also be seen as a form of strategic deterrence to prevent direct conflict between the 7 churches. Klein thought about the possible reasons. Yes, although I can't understand the reason for doing so, it has indeed happened. It's said that at the end of the 4th epoch and the beginning of the 5th epoch, the 7 churches came to an agreement. Eye of Wisdom spoke unhurriedly. My 2-081 comes from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. It can allow you to understand and understand a lot. Even if it's an enemy's beyonder powers, you can quickly identify the specific situation, understand their strengths and weaknesses, and have a chance of imitating them to a certain extent. The stronger the opponent, the higher the chances of failure. Of course, even if you succeed, there will definitely be a huge difference from the original. That sounds very powerful. Proof that knowledge equals power? In the end, will there be a situation where omniscience equals omnipotence? I retract my previous judgment. Old Mr. Eye of Wisdom might not be an appraiser. His identification of items might be based on sealed artifact 2-081. Klein clicked his tongue and asked with interest, "What's up? Then, what should I pay to buy it? What flaws does it have?" It will keep your brain in a state of high-speed operation. Once the time limit is exceeded, you will become an idiot, Eye of Wisdom answered simply. The description wasn't detailed enough. At this moment, the apothecary beside him mumbled, "Perhaps your brain has been damaged." "Maybe your brain has been damaged. If you keep talking about your collection, sooner or later someone will rob you and kill you." "Sir, your words of persuasion are never pleasant." Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Eye of Wisdom laughed out loud and said, "How do you know that I didn't say it on purpose, and that I'm deliberately waiting for greedy people to take action? Yes, it's just like the entrapment law that Roselle the Great once described." After the laughter stopped, he patted the armrest of the sofa and sighed. "As a collector, not being able to flaunt my collection to others is a very painful thing." He then looked at Klein. "I'm very sorry, but I won't sell 2-081. It's my best collection. I bought it for £6,800 back then. A sealed artifact of this level ranges from £4,000 to £20,000, depending on the specific effects and latent dangers. However, most of the time, it can't be bought even if you have the money." "Then why did you say so much?" Klein controlled the twitching of the corners of his mouth. Eye of Wisdom seemed to sense his reaction and chuckled. "What I really want to recommend are two items. One is the brooch, which can allow you to exorcise, purify, and use some of the Sun Domain spells. The flaw is that as long as you wear it, you will never feel cool, you will always be in the hot summer of the South. The other is a hat that can change shape. Wearing it will allow you to move freely underwater for at least half an hour, and you can use some water and wind domain spells. The flaw is that you will desire water, and once you walk on land, you will become weaker and weaker. Similar items cost between £1,500 to £3,500. Similarly, sometimes, even if you double the price, you might not be able to buy them. This is because they rarely appear. I've spent more than 30 years collecting a few." Klein nodded slightly. "I'll think about it and decide at a future gathering." Having said that, he deliberately smiled. "Besides, I don't have that much money right now." Chapter 260. The cement road was dirty due to the long period of rain, and the gas lamps on both sides, which were as tall as adult men, emitted a bright but misty glow due to the dampness of the glass covers. A rental carriage drove through the night, and the pedestrians around it were either wearing hats or holding umbrellas. Klein leaned against the side of the carriage, leisurely admiring the Baekeland streets at night. At that moment, he suddenly felt the temperature inside the carriage drop significantly, and a cold wind swirled around. Klein suddenly turned his head and saw Miss Bodyguard, who was dressed in a black Gothic regal dress, sitting opposite him at some point in time. Her voice was illusory and ethereal. "That Eye of Wisdom has sensed my presence." "As expected." Klein nodded, unsurprised. "He has several mystical items. Perhaps he relied on them to detect me. I even suspect that there's an organization behind him. Otherwise, with the power of Eye of Wisdom alone, it was unlikely that he would be able to collect several relatively powerful mystical items even after spending more than 30 years. Previously, Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings, as one of the 7 pirate admirals, only had one creeping hunger. Of course, it was more likely that the latter had high standards and didn't think highly of ordinary mystical items. After all, creeping hunger could be all round without any weaknesses. Yes, it's also a reasonable explanation that Eye of Wisdom is very rich. He organizes so many gatherings, and whenever he finds a suitable mystical item, he buys it at all costs. After more than 30 years, it's not too unbelievable for him to have several collectibles. Sigh, it's as if he has a mine at home or runs a bank. Klein lampooned inwardly. He didn't specifically mention that he had guessed that Eye of Wisdom was from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, or the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He was afraid of exposing the fact that he hadn't just become a Beyonder in front of Miss Bodyguard. The pale blonde Miss Bodyguard nodded slightly, as if agreeing with Klein's suspicions. Suddenly, she frowned and looked out the window opposite her. "There's a strong smell of blood." A strong smell of blood. Klein turned his head in puzzlement and looked out the window. In the thin drizzle, there was a secluded alley. Near the entrance of the alley, there was a woman in a gorgeous dress. At this time, a passerby took a closer look and suddenly let out a scream. Amidst the screams, the horses were slightly frightened. The coachman quickly tightened the reins, and the carriage slowed down. With the light from the street lamp, Klein saw that the woman lying on the ground at the entrance of the alley was pale. There was a deep wound on her abdomen, and her internal organs seemed to have been dug out. The blood on the ground around her was flowing slowly, crimson and thick. This, as a qualified former Nighthawk, he quickly thought of many cases with similar modus operandi. These cases were often related to demon worship. When it came to demon worship, it was difficult to bypass an ancient organization, the Blood Sanctify cult, which first appeared in the Fourth Epoch. According to the records, this was a loose alliance formed by worshipping demons. There were several so-called demon families within it, such as the Noise, Androlade, and Beria families. They did not belong to each other. They persistently spread the belief in the devil, causing many murders. The accountant of the Tinjan Nighthawks, Mrs. Oriana, was one of the victims, but she was lucky enough to be saved. Of course, not all similar cases were committed by them. Many people found those things cool and began to imitate the crimes. "It looks like the Blood Sanctify cult," Miss Bodyguard whispered as her figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. Miss Bodyguard whispered as her figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. She didn't care if Klein understood or not. At this moment, the carriage had already passed the crime scene. Klein also noticed that there were patrolling policemen rushing over. Hence, he resisted the thought of getting out of the carriage to observe and treated himself as an ordinary citizen passing by. Citizen Mr. Moriarty, the Blood Sanctify cult is in control of the criminal pathway, also known as the Devil Pathway. It is said that after Sequence 7, the corresponding Beyonders will gradually demonize, but it will only appear in specific situations. Sequence 9, Criminal, has a strong body, keen intuition, and all kinds of criminal abilities, but has not lost their conscience. Sequence 8, known in ancient times as Cold-Blooded. Modern names are Broken-Winged Angels. It means that they have lost their conscience and become one with evil desires. Their bodies will become even more inhuman, and they will obtain some of the devil's spell-like abilities. Sequence 7, Serial Killer, grasps the knowledge and rituals of devil worship, and likes to use special serial murders to please the devil. I don't know what the sequences after that are. Knowledge regarding the Blood Sanctify cult and the Devil Pathway flashed through Klein's mind. The drizzle outside seemed to have gotten heavier, and the rain on the car window gathered and slid down. The entire world became quiet and unclear. Why am I thinking so much? Such matters will definitely be taken over by a Beyonder team. Perhaps it's the mandated Punishers, or perhaps it's the Nighthawks. There's no need for me to worry. Klein shook his head and laughed as he muttered to himself. When he returned to 15 Minsk Street, he had already forgotten about the case. First, he went next door and knocked on the Sammers' door. He asked Mrs. Stellan to tell Mary to come pick up the evidence tomorrow afternoon. Then, he washed up and read the newspapers to learn about the current situation and the various news in Bakeland. The next day, which was Saturday morning, Klein leisurely had his breakfast and went out to pick up the freshly developed photos. He chose one that allowed him to clearly see Daraga Gale and Erica Taylor's faces, one that best reflected their fiery passion. After putting the photograph away, he went to the Rice police station before Mrs. Mary came to the door, and successfully got the £10 bail money back. During this process, he even saw the real Sergeant Faxine there, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. After withdrawing the remaining £500 in cash from his account, Klein, who had been busy all morning, finally had nothing to do. Before preparing lunch, he gave the remaining £600 to Miss Bodyguard in one go, leaving him with a total of £146, 8 soldi, and 5 pence. This was all the assets he had at his disposal. Apart from Miss Justice, I don't have any debts. Klein relaxed as he fried a steak with a bone and poured some black pepper sauce over it. Just as he was in a good mood as he savored the medium-well texture, the doorbell suddenly rang, and the tinkling reverberated. Mrs. Mary? Isn't it too early? Klein put down his knife and fork in puzzlement and walked to the door. He paused for 2 seconds, and the image of the visitor outside naturally surfaced in his mind. It was an old-fashioned gentleman wearing a light gray coat, a half-top hat and a black gold-inlaid cane. He had a pair of sharp blue eyes, and his sideburns were speckled with white. His wrinkles were deeply engraved on his face, making his muscles appear droopy. "May I know who you're looking for?" Klein asked as he opened the door. The old-fashioned gentleman spoke in a thick mid-Seashire accent. "Are you Detective Charlotte Moriarty? Do you have something you'd like to entrust me with?" Klein nodded, made way, and led the old gentleman to the living room. He hesitated for 2 seconds before asking, "Would you like coffee or black tea?" "A cup of hot water, please." The old-fashioned gentleman had already taken off his hat and sat down. "A cup of hot water, thank you." The old-fashioned gentleman had already taken off his hat and sat down. "Very good, that's simple. Perhaps I should consider hiring an assistant to pour tea and clean the room." Klein's thoughts wandered as he turned to the kitchen to rinse a cup. After placing the hot water in front of the old gentleman, he walked to the sofa and sat down with his hands clasped together. "How should I address you?" "Miller Carter," the old gentleman replied simply. "Mr. Carter, what would you like to entrust me with?" Klein didn't make any small talk and asked directly. As he spoke, he secretly activated his spirit vision and observed the man opposite him. This old gentleman's body is still considered healthy, but there's something wrong with the color of the aura around his left leg joint. It's probably arthritis. His emotions are mainly blue for calm thinking, with a hint of anxiety. Klein had come to a general conclusion with just a glance. Miller Carter picked up a white porcelain cup and stroked its outer layer. "This is what happened. I bought a house on William Street. I'm from mid-Seashire, and because of my business, I'll be settling in Bakeland in the future." William Street. Where is it? It hadn't even been a month since he arrived in Bakeland. Klein, who either checked maps or relied on his intuition, tried his best to appear steady and reliable. Miller Carter glanced at him and continued under Klein's gaze. That house was said to have belonged to a bankrupt viscount. It was said that the house was originally owned by a bankrupt viscount. This happened about 20 to 30 years ago. After a few hands, it was finally bought by me. I planned on doing some modern renovations, but I discovered a hidden door in the basement that leads to a large underground building. I considered that it might not be safe inside, so I temporarily stopped construction and didn't allow the workers and servants to rashly explore. I hope that you can help me confirm the situation inside the underground building. Underground building? Ancient ruins? Secret treasure? Klein thought for a moment. Why didn't you call the police? The police can mobilize hundreds of times more resources than a private detective like me. The results of the exploration will definitely be better and more guaranteed. Miller Carter rubbed the spot between his eyes. I don't want too many people to know about this, especially the government. If I confirm that there's no danger inside the underground building, I plan on making it part of the entire house and repurposing it. I know that this is a high risk for you. I'm willing to pay £50 for it, but you can't hire more than 3 assistants. After the matter is settled, I can even compensate you according to the specific circumstances. £50. That's a very high price. If I were an ordinary detective, this would be equivalent to 2 or 3 months of my income. He's new to Bakeland and doesn't know any other detectives. He can only hire people from the newspapers, so he came to me. Klein deliberated for a few seconds. Let me think about it. He suddenly revealed an apologetic smile and pointed behind him, saying, "I'm going to the bathroom." Miller Carter nodded indiscernibly and drank a mouthful of hot water. After entering the bathroom and closing the wooden door, Klein looked into the mirror and took out a halfpenny. Since Miss Bodyguard was around, he couldn't go above the gray fog to confirm it, so he could only rely on his own divination skills. "I should accept this commission." Klein silently repeated it 7 times and flicked out the copper coin. His eyes turned deep as he watched it tumble down. But the coin fell into his palm, the head of the king facing up in affirmation. Klein nodded slightly and whispered to the air, "What about your intuition?" Miss Bodyguard's figure quickly appeared in the mirror, and she replied expressionlessly, "There's some danger, but it's not serious." "Very good." Klein put away the coins, washed his hands, turned around, and walked out of the bathroom into the living room. He looked at Miller Carter and smiled. "I'll accept this commission." Chapter 261. After signing the contract with Miller Carter, and receiving an advance payment of £10, Klein wasn't in a hurry to go to William Street. Instead, he made an appointment at 4 in the afternoon. Miller understood this very well. From his point of view, Detective Charlotte Moriarty, who was working alone, would definitely need to recruit people to carry out the exploration. After the old-fashioned gentleman left, Klein immediately returned to the dining table and stuffed the cold steak into his stomach. Seriously, doesn't he need to eat lunch? Why did he have to pick this time to visit? After barely filling his stomach, Klein bitterly began to tidy up. At 2 in the afternoon, Mrs. Mary visited as scheduled. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen, but her expression was increasingly gloomy. Stellan Sammer, who was accompanying her, had no choice but to remain silent. Klein placed the photo he had carefully chosen into the envelope and handed it over. "Ma'am, please confirm it." Mary hesitated for 2 seconds, slowly took a breath, took the envelope, pulled out the photo, and examined it carefully. "Very good, very good. You are the most efficient and responsible detective I've ever seen. I'm honored to introduce you to the members of the Queleg Club. Here's the rest of the £7. It's what you deserve." Mary took out a wallet from her leather handbag and counted out a £5 note and 2 £1 note. Then, without waiting for Klein's response, she stuffed the photo into the envelope, put it in her handbag, and abruptly got up to leave. Tap, tap, tap. Her buttonless leather boots produced a hurried sound. Stellan Sammer tried her best to chase after her before she could barely keep up. When she opened the door to leave, Mary suddenly tripped and almost fell. Fortunately, Stellan happened to support her. With this interlude, Mary clearly slowed down and seemed to have become quiet. "Ma'am, you forgot to bring your portable camera. I'll give it to Mrs. Sammer later and get her to bring it to you." Klein silently watched this scene, shook his head slightly, and didn't say a word. He returned to the second floor, took an afternoon nap, and woke up comfortably to the sound of the nearby cathedral clock striking on time. Klein had already flipped through the map and confirmed that William Street was at the junction of Westboro and Queens. It belonged to the core of Bakeland and was suitable for living. A good house in Westboro or Hillstonboro costs about £2,500. Miller Carter's house is close to Empressboro, and it's the property of a former viscount. It's definitely not small. Buying it in its entirety would cost at least £3,500 or even £5,000. That's enough to exchange for a rather good mystical item. He came to visit me without a butler or attendant. Is it because he's just arrived in Bakeland and hasn't gotten on the right track in every aspect? Klein put on his double-breasted frock coat and hat, picked up his cane, and went out into Minsk Street. At this time, the gas lamps had not been lit, and the streets were even gloomier than in the evening. However, the air was still okay, not as pungent as the few districts in the east. Riding a rental carriage all the way to William Street, Klein saw a manservant waiting outside the house at number 8. The male servant was wearing a red waistcoat and light-colored trousers. He bowed respectfully to the guest. "Good afternoon. May I know if you're Detective Moriarty?" "Yes, I've made an appointment with Mr. Carter." Klein nodded slightly and followed the male servant into a mansion with a lawn in front and a garden on the side. The house had 2 floors, and the first floor was rather messy. There were a lot of construction materials on display, and workers were coming and going to renovate it. Miller Carter didn't wear his top hat. He covered his nose and came over. "I'm very sorry. It's too messy and dirty here, but I hope that everything will be fine before my family arrives in Bakeland. I can only urge them to keep working." With that said, he looked at the male servant and instructed, "Continue watching them. Keep an eye on them." It's no wonder he didn't bring a servant with him. A servant has become a supervisor. Klein smiled and said, "I know quite a number of doctors. They told me that newly renovated houses aren't suitable for immediate occupancy. They have to wait at least 3 months for ventilation. Otherwise, the elderly and children who aren't strong enough will easily fall ill." "Is that so?" Miller asked in puzzlement as he led Klein to the basement. "I haven't verified it, but I choose to believe in authority. It's said that it originated from the words passed down by Roselle the Great." Klein casually made up a story. Miller nodded and turned to look at the door. He couldn't help but frown. "Mr. Detective, you didn't bring an assistant? That building might hide quite a bit of danger." "I have an assistant, but you can't see it." Klein lampooned and said seriously, "This is my first exploration. So I will proceed cautiously. If there are any problems, I will immediately retreat. I have rich experience in this aspect. I won't let myself fall into a dangerous situation. And an assistant who isn't skilled enough with me will make my actions less agile and decisive." Miller was taken aback. "You're very professional." "A professional hoodwinker," Klein silently added. Miller no longer had any doubts as he led Detective Moriarty through the messy living room and down a flight of stairs, entering a rather spacious basement. There were no gas pipes, but there were 4 metal candlesticks embedded in the wall. The dim yellow light flickered. Stepping on the stone slabs, Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of a noble's estate. Even the basement has been renovated. Furthermore, it's about the size of my living room. At this moment, Miller pointed to the front. "There's a secret door there. It was discovered by the workers during the renovation." Klein focused his gaze, and with the help of the not-so-bright candlelight, he saw a grayish-white stone door in the corner. It was supposed to be a part of the wall, but it was now exposed. "I'll leave the rest to you. Be careful." The old-school gentleman, Miller, gave Klein a lit lantern and exhorted him. "Did you pass the ventilation beforehand?" Klein asked cautiously. Miller shook his head indiscernibly. "It's not particularly stuffy inside, but I didn't let the workers go too far." "All right." Klein checked his belongings and put on a black glove. Under Miller's gaze, he unhurriedly held the lantern, approached the stone door, and pushed it open with his cane. With a slightly heavy creaking sound, he followed the light and saw a passageway paved with dark stone slabs. There were a few wooden doors on both sides of the passageway and at the end. They were already showing signs of decay, but they were still barely usable. "It's not too old." However, the exaggerated style of the door and the deep and heavy stone slabs don't match. Which Viscount's family changed it in the past? Klein quietly activated his spirit vision, gripped his cane tightly, and held the lantern as he walked forward step by step. The light dispersed the darkness. As he passed by the rooms on both sides, he could see through the open door that was slightly empty because the workers Miller had hired hadn't explored in depth. He saw long tables and benches that matched the style of the door. There's no flickering of spiritual light. Klein did a quick inspection and continued forward without stopping until he came to the black stone door at the end. He stretched out his gloved right palm, half-clamped his cane, and slowly pushed the door open. A jarring grinding sound began to reverberate as the stone door gradually cracked open. Suddenly, specks of light appeared in Klein's eyes, reflecting the countless intertwining aura colors. His heart tightened as he suddenly pushed the door open and took a few steps back. The gap in the stone door rapidly widened as a black, slippery creature suddenly fell from above. It was a long snake with a triangular head and red patterns. It straightened its upper body, spat out its forked tongue, and looked at Klein with its cold, brownish-yellow eyes. Pa, pa, pa. One snake after another fell from the door and piled up at the entrance. Past them, Klein saw a hall inside. In the middle of the hall, there were countless snakes of various colors squirming together, forming an exaggerated nest that was more than 10 meters long and wide. The slippery and disgusting feeling assaulted his senses. Klein's scalp went numb as he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He even wanted to look away, not daring to look straight at it. Although he was a man, he was still afraid of snakes. Snakes were the animals he was most afraid of. This stemmed from a psychological trauma. When he was still a child, he liked to secretly push open the door to his room and watch movies with his parents through the gap when he was supposed to be sleeping. Unfortunately, his parents once watched a movie about a snake disaster. There was a scene where a building was being demolished and a large nest of snakes was dug up. The dense squirming of the snakes was still deeply engraved in his mind. Can a slumber charm affect so many snakes? Klein swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said to the air, "What solution do you have?" Miss Bodyguard's figure in a black Gothic dress quickly appeared beside him. She pursed her lips and didn't say a word. Klein glanced at her, and she glanced at Klein. Neither of them spoke. After a snake slowly slithered out, Klein finally coughed and repeated, "That's right. What solution do you have?" Miss Bodyguard didn't answer as she floated up. A cold wind suddenly blew in the passageway. Whoosh! The wind surged and blew into the hall. The temperature rapidly dropped as it approached the outside world. Woo! The densely packed snakes in the center of the hall suddenly dispersed and slithered in all directions, looking for a warmer and more suitable place to live. 2 or 3 minutes later, a thin layer of frost formed on the surface of the hall and the passageway. The countless snakes had already disappeared. Woo! The sound of the wind did not stop. Klein shivered and said, "Almost, almost." The surging cold wind slowed down, but the cold feeling did not weaken. Miss Bodyguard's figure disappeared in midair. Klein raised his right hand with his cane, covered his mouth and nose, and sneezed. Then, he raised the lantern and carefully passed through the stone door into the wide hall. The style of this place was the same as the passageway outside. It was mainly made of black stone slabs, and there were 8 pillars of the same color. Metal rods hung down from the high dome, and at the bottom of them were candlesticks carved into different creatures. Inverted candlesticks. As a university student in the history department, and as someone who could barely be considered an elite in this field, Klein made a preliminary judgment through this unique arrangement. Fourth Epoch Architecture? Chapter 262. The historians of the various countries in the northern continent all agreed that the Fourth Epoch was shrouded in a thick fog, preventing people from seeing its true appearance. There were too many gaps and ambiguities in the records of this period of history. There were very few tombs, ancient cities, and documents unearthed, making it impossible to form an effective verification. However, this didn't mean that no one had done the relevant research. It meant that there were still some ruins and information. Klein was originally a fanatic of the history of the Fourth Epoch. He had read many papers and books, so he still remembered quite a bit of the content. Be it the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, or the Tuluan-Sastal Empire, they all had similar architectural styles. They had architectural styles that defied common sense, were messy, asymmetrical, and loved black. Among them, the most representative ones were the candlesticks that hung from the ceiling and the black walls that had patterns that resembled slashes. It was precisely because of this that when Klein raised the lantern and saw the metal rods that extended down from the dome and the candlesticks embedded at the bottom, his first reaction was that this underground building belonged to the fourth epoch. It belonged to an ancient period that was shrouded in a thick fog, one that many historians and archaeologists found regrettable. A few papers have mentioned that the number of candlesticks in different buildings is different. Although the three empires advocate asymmetrical beauty, they seem to have strict and detailed rules in all aspects. 3 on the left and 2 on the right is the highest standard that ordinary people can enjoy. This is determined from the architectural layout and the remains of the houses. Klein raised his arm and raised the lantern high. As he slowly walked forward, he counted the candlesticks on both sides. The hall was wider than he had expected. He walked at least 100 meters before he saw the platform that was half a meter above the ground. Only then did he see the thick wall that marked the end. There are 41 inverted candlesticks on the left, and 40 on the right. This is a little exaggerated. What class does this belong to? A powerful noble? Man, the Antigonus family and the Zeridal family are nobles from the fourth epoch. They are also powerful and terrifying beyond their families. The other powerful nobles shouldn't be too far off. Klein raised the lantern and continued forward. He saw the staircase on the side of the raised platform, and he saw the marks on the black stone bricks that looked like they had been carved by knives and axes. Was it really a relic from the fourth era? As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he relied on his keen eyesight and the light from the lantern to discover that there were 2 iron-black seats on the platform that was half a meter above the ground. They were huge and ancient, and they overlooked the seats below. There were 2 of them. 2? Why were there 2 of them? According to the layout, the seat here should belong to the person with the highest position and the greatest authority here, but there were actually 2? Great aristocrats on par with each other? 2 earls, 2 dukes, 2 princes? Klein slowly began to feel that his historical knowledge was starting to lack. He clearly remembered that many papers had mentioned that the 3 empires, Solomon, Tudor, and Tuluan-Sostal, had a strict hierarchy. The hierarchy was clear and could not be crossed. Based on this theory, there should not be 2 leaders in a force. Strange, Klein mumbled to himself, as though it was meant for Miss Bodyguard to hear. What's so strange about that? An illusory and ethereal voice suddenly sounded behind him. In the dark, wide, empty, and silent ancient hall, it appeared especially eerie. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he truthfully told her about the characteristics he had observed, the corresponding historical knowledge, and the areas he was puzzled about. At the end, he added, the ventilation here is very good. I wonder if there are any other entrances. Miss Bodyguard, who was half fused into the darkness, listened silently. She looked deeply at Klein and said, "Why do you know so much?" "Because I'm a university student from the history department." Klein lampooned inwardly as he smiled. "If I hadn't chosen to be a detective, perhaps I would have become a young historian with a conscience." Miss Bodyguard didn't respond, nor did she vanish again. She floated onto the platform. With the lantern in hand, Klein followed closely behind. He discovered that the platform was extremely large. It was nearly 40 meters across and 10 meters vertically. The architectural style is grand and gigantic. It's also one of the characteristics of the fourth epoch. He mentioned it casually and cautiously walked up to the 2 huge iron-black chairs. He raised the lantern and examined them carefully. It seems to be for a 3 or 4 meter tall giant to sit on. There are badge-like patterns on the back of the chair. On this side is a black crown, and on this side is a hand holding a scepter. I don't know what they symbolize, Klein said to himself, not expecting Miss Bodyguard to answer. However, the lady whose feet were floating off the ground suddenly spoke. "This is the emblem of the Tudor family." Klein looked over in surprise and realized that Miss Bodyguard was pointing at the hand holding the scepter. "Tudor family?" Is this the relic of the Tudor dynasty of the fourth epoch? Which member of the royal family did this palace belong to? Klein frowned slightly. Do you recognize the other badge? He could actually stand side by side with the members of the Tudor family. Miss Bodyguard shook her head and did not speak. Seeing this, Klein had no choice but to temporarily give up on the idea of studying it. He said, after the Tudor and Tuluan-Sostal families established their respective empires, they maintained the style that originated from the Solomon Empire. For example, the inverted candlesticks, the chopped brand, etc. This doesn't conform to normal knowledge. If I were an emperor, even if I had to inherit many things from the past, I would still make certain changes to mark my uniqueness. Does this mean that the three empires have a hidden and unchanging connection? He guessed that the Solomon, Tudor, and Tuluan-Sostal families all controlled the Black Emperor pathway, which was also the lawyer pathway. Such a style was needed for acting. Miss Bodyguard fell silent for a few seconds before saying a few words. Only an emperor can be called an emperor. Does this confirm my thoughts? Klein didn't ask any further. With the lantern in hand, he circled around the two huge iron-black chairs, but he didn't discover anything else. Let's take a look forward, Klein suggested. Before he could finish his sentence, Miss Bodyguard had already floated to the end of the platform, but the surrounding coldness didn't change. After walking a few meters forward, Klein used the lantern's light to see 7 tall and heavy black stone doors on the wall at the bottom of the hall. They were lined up in order, 2 on the left, 1 in the middle, and 4 on the right. It perfectly matched the fourth epoch's pursuit of asymmetry. Klein handed his cane to the hand holding the lantern, casually tossed a coin and whispered, "We should start from the left." Clang! The copper penny tumbled down and landed in his palm, the portrait facing up. "Let's go to the left." Klein took the lead. Miss Bodyguard followed silently until she approached the door on the far left. Only then did she say, "It's the same from the right. In other words, it doesn't matter if I can divine it or not." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he raised the lantern and examined the symbols and patterns on the door. It was dark black with resplendent embellishments, clustered around a crimson circle that was half covered. This. Klein's pupils suddenly constricted. This is the dark sacred emblem. This is the symbol of the Evernight goddess. In the fourth epoch, the Church of the Goddess supported the Tudor dynasty? He thoughtfully pressed his hand on the stone door. Creak! Amidst the jerky and heavy grinding sounds, the black stone door slowly opened. As the lantern's light shone in, the scene inside was outlined in Klein's eyes. First was an empty space a few meters long and wide. It was also paved with dark black stone slabs, followed by a platform that was nearly a meter tall. Klein carefully walked forward and raised the lantern, allowing it to illuminate what was on the platform. A few seconds later, the fiery glow outlined a huge statue. It was about 4 to 5 meters long and almost occupied the entire end of the room. It was a lady with a hazy but abnormally beautiful face. She supported her head with her right hand as she lay on the platform. She wore a black classical dress that was layered but not complicated. Beneath her head was a circle that radiated lines. The lady's dress shimmered with specks of light. They were bright and resplendent gemstone fragments. At a glance, it was as though Klein had seen the night and the stars. In such a contrast, the circle under the lady's head was like a full moon. This. Klein's thoughts seemed to freeze, but a guess was crazily charging in, about to burst out. Evernight goddess? Miss Bodyguard's tone carried a rare hint of doubt. Be it in terms of symbolism or actual performance, it seemed to be a statue of a goddess. Klein's guess finally took shape and echoed loudly in his mind. He remembered asking Captain Dunsmith about one of the differences between evil gods and orthodox gods. The former had an image similar to an intelligent being, while the latter only had a sacred emblem formed from symbols. And today, at this moment, in this ancient, strange underground building, He saw a statue that he suspected to be the Evernight goddess. It was a completely humanoid statue. Just the thought of what this meant made Klein shudder. Could the goddess have once been an evil god? No. Maybe it's another evil god of the Evernight domain. But the dark sacred emblem at the door is no different from the current one. Or could it be that having the image of an intelligent being isn't the standard to distinguish between orthodox gods and evil gods? After all, the captain's level wasn't high enough, and his understanding wasn't accurate enough. It was also possible that the Tudor family had deliberately blasphemed the goddess. Yes, it could also be to use this to set up some strange ritual. Thoughts jumped in Klein's mind, making him puzzled, nervous, and tense. He also felt that there was an indescribable and strange feeling here. Let's go take a look behind the other doors. After looking around and finding nothing else, Klein took a deep breath and took the initiative to speak. I wonder what the remaining 6 doors correspond to. Are they equally evil and strange? He thought solemnly. Miss Bodyguard nodded slowly. Chapter 263. I updated 58 chapters this month, and every chapter was more than 3,000 words long. Other than the rest day after the first novel ended, I didn't miss any chapters or drag any chapters. Every day was on time. Of course, I had to thank my classmates for this. I didn't update in July. First, it was because I was starting a new novel. Everything had to be developed accordingly, and the difficulty of conceptualizing had increased significantly. Second, my body kept having small problems. I finally decided to go swimming 4 times a week. This took up a lot of my time. Unless I didn't rest at all, it would be very difficult to write another 3 chapters. I was already working very hard to maintain 2 chapters without reducing the number of chapters. I had to continue exercising in August, so I probably wouldn't be able to update yet. In September, if I could successfully lose weight and reduce the number of times I went swimming, I would try to update. That was about it. Chapter 264. In the cold hall, Klein suddenly shivered. He retracted his gaze and said to Miss Bodyguard, "Let's go back. Based on Aztec's Copper Whistle's performance, there's likely a terrifying evil spirit in the innermost room. The level of danger is very likely above that of Nimble Right Master Rosago and Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings. It's lingered for hundreds or even thousands of years, and it might already be equivalent to a high-sequence Beyonder. If it wasn't for the fact that it's difficult for its power to seep out of the room, I'd already be a dead man. Even if Miss Bodyguard is one of the cream of the crop among Sequence 5 Beyonders, there's almost no hope of me turning the tables with her. As a person, one must know one's limitations. One mustn't be tempted by the treasures that are suspected to be left behind by Beyonder characteristics and mystical items. Greed often leads to death. Klein silently found a reason to convince himself. Miss Bodyguard turned her head to look at him and asked without any emotion in her eyes, "And then? After that?" Klein secretly bared his teeth and deliberated over his words. "Have Miller Carter call the police. Who knows when the evil spirit will break free? We should get rid of it as soon as possible." "No, that won't do. Mr. Carter doesn't know much. If we call the police this way, the police department won't pay enough attention. The first batch of people who come to investigate will suffer heavy casualties. It might even indirectly help the evil spirit break free. Also, if I see such a statue, I might be silenced as a detective." "Did you see the white bones and spiritual light in the room?" Miss Bodyguard turned her gaze back to the dark tunnel behind the half-open stone door and nodded slightly. Klein's thoughts raced. "I'm guessing that those are the corpses of the explorers from before. They were killed by the evil spirit in that room, and the Beyonders among them left behind mystical items. This might be related to the Viscount's family that originally lived in the house outside. I plan on asking them for their surnames, going to the library to search for information, and searching for their descendants to see if I can obtain any useful clues. After the initial confirmation of the situation, I will make a decision based on the severity of the situation. I might use some explosives to destroy the door to prevent others from coming in, or I might send an anonymous letter to the police department, describing the existence of the evil spirit in detail. However, I have to think of a way to avoid the risk. This is not too urgent. We can take it slowly. Miss Bodyguard listened quietly, looked straight ahead, and said in a light tone, "Don't you want to organize some people to purify that evil spirit? Even if there aren't any mystical items left behind, just the remnant parts of the evil spirit are precious enough." "This is the first time I've seen you talk so much." "Perhaps," Klein replied without hesitation, "the risk is too high. I think my life and health are more important." He organized his words and added, "The most powerful person I know is you, and judging from your performance just now, you don't seem to be a match for that evil spirit. I can't think of any other way to deal with it other than calling the police." Miss Bodyguard turned around, her pale face slightly transparent. "You're still rational," she commented calmly and indifferently. She then floated towards the exit of the ancient hall. Apart from being suspected of being influenced by the true creator, how am I a lunatic? Klein cursed inwardly as he held the lantern and cane and followed closely behind Miss Bodyguard. Throughout the entire process, he felt that he was being watched by the cold gaze in the dark passageway. This feeling only dissipated when he walked out of the stone door that exuded an ancient aura. Klein turned around and closed the door, sealing the inverted candlesticks, the knife-like brand, and the sinister statues of the 6 deities inside, allowing them to continue their slumber in the unchanging darkness and silence that had lasted for thousands of years. Patting the dust off his clothes, he switched the lantern to his other hand and quickly returned to Miller Carter's basement. As for Miss Bodyguard, she had already disappeared into thin air out of habit. Miller Carter was pacing in the basement. When he saw Klein come out, he hurriedly asked, "How is it? What's the situation inside?" Klein had already thought of an excuse as he said with a look of lingering fear, "It's very bad. It's very bad. There are a lot of snakes, and many places have collapsed. I plan to collect some information, gather some manpower, and make preparations for a second exploration. During this time, it's best if you don't send anyone in. Trust me, the number of poisonous snakes is beyond your imagination." The old gentleman, Miller, took a deep breath and asked in slight fear, "Will they swim over? Will they swim over? Do you know any professionals who can deal with snakes?" Klein immediately nodded and said, "I'll find someone to cooperate and do my best to deal with this matter. It's already cold autumn, and the snakes aren't willing to move. As long as you don't send anyone in to disturb them, nothing will happen. All right, please do it as soon as possible. I'll close this door during this period of time and not let anyone in." Miller relaxed a little when he heard that. Seeing that his employer had been intimidated by his truthful but incomplete words, Klein hurriedly put down the lantern and nudged his gold-rimmed glasses. "Next, I'll gather some information and figure out the layout of the underground building before exploring. This requires you to tell me which Viscount the original owner of this building is." Millet had bought this building precisely because it was a former noble's property, so he immediately replied, "That's right." He immediately replied, "Viscount Pound. What do you know about him and his family?" Klein asked in a professional manner. Miller pondered and said, "I don't know much. All I know is that they obtained the title of Viscount in the Battle of Violated O's. They once had an illustrious time, but for some reason, they suddenly declined decades ago. They continuously lost their heirs, and could only find collateral relatives to retain the title of Viscount. And the new Viscount Pound is one of them. Heh. In short, he squandered most of his family's assets and was demoted to a baron by the king. He should still be in Bakeland, but he could go bankrupt at any time." Battle of Violated O's? The Battle of Violated O's that began in 738 of the 5th epoch? Klein, who had successfully graduated from the history department, reflexively recalled the corresponding knowledge. The war that happened more than 600 years ago was a war involving religion. The Feyenopater kingdom in the south originally believed in Mother Earth and the god of knowledge and wisdom at the same time, but under the influence of certain factors, there was a serious opposition between the two churches, and the believers often clashed. Its two neighbors to the north, the kingdom of Rouen and the kingdom of Intis, seized this opportunity to start a war under the pretext of protecting freedom of faith. Later on, the Faysac Empire joined in an attempt to destroy the plans of Rouen and Intis, but they failed to reverse the situation and suffered defeat. The outcome of the war was that Lemberg, Mason, and Seeger, which were located at the borders of Loon and Feyenopater, as well as Intis and Feyenopater, became independent. They mainly believed in the god of knowledge and wisdom, leaving only the Church of Earth Mother in the Feyenopater kingdom. As both sides of the war accused each other of betraying the sacred oath at the end of the Fourth Epoch, this conflict that lasted for 5 years was known as the Battle of Violated Oaths. After that, the northern continent had more than 300 years of peace. This didn't mean that there were no conflicts between countries, but there were no more large-scale wars. All of this lasted until Roselle invented the steam engine and improved sailboats and cannons. This is the content recorded in history textbooks. Now that I think about it, since it involves faith, there must be Beyonders from the church involved. There must have been an intense Beyonder war in secret. However, it was said that it was an era where Beyonders were rare, and there weren't many Beyonders. A battle in a small team? Could the sudden decline of the Pound family decades ago, with the successive loss of heirs, have something to do with the discovery of the ancient building underground? Klein asked thoughtfully, "Then, do you know where Baronet Pound currently lives?" Sorry, I'm not sure. Miller shook his head slightly. Klein asked a few more questions, but seeing that he couldn't get any more information, he bade farewell and returned to 15 Minsk Street. At that moment it was almost 5:30. The sky was gloomy and dark, as though it was night. Thinking that the public libraries were probably closed, Klein temporarily put aside the matter of the underground building and prepared dinner for himself. He had originally wanted to learn how to make Feyenopater noodles from the recipe in the newspaper, but he ended up making noodles with meat, sauce, and vegetables. It was surprisingly delicious. After eating and drinking his fill, Klein casually tossed a coin to divine if he should call the police, and received an answer that he shouldn't. At night, Bakeland was as quiet as any other city, at least in Sherwood Borough. Klein was sleeping soundly, wandering in different dreams in a blur. Suddenly, he jolted awake and realized that he was dreaming. Someone has invaded my dream? Klein resisted the urge to frown and pretended to look around in a daze. He found himself in a scalding yellow desert. A roar suddenly came from the sky as a huge black monster dyed with gold flew over. The monster had a thick lizard-like body and a pair of wide leather wings on its back. It descended lower and lower, blotting out the sun in the sky. A dragon! A powerful dragon! Klein saw scales the size of a plate, a gigantic mouth that emitted pure light, and 2 dark golden vertical pupils. Roar! The dragon spat out a beam of light that seemed to cover everything. Large swathes of the desert were obliterated. Amidst the light, a figure jumped into the air. He was 3 to 4 meters tall, but he didn't have the unique vertical eye of a giant. He had a handsome, young face, and he wore black full-body armor that looked like it had been splattered with blood. The gigantic knight brandished his broadsword from the bottom up, and countless bluish-white flames condensed into a spear that shot towards the dragon. It was as though he had an entire army of illusory Beyonders cooperating with him in battle. Amidst the meteor shower, the gigantic knight leaped onto the dragon's head and made a slashing motion. The afterimages he had left behind instantly overlapped, and the sword beams turned into intersecting lightning. Puff! The ground shook violently as the dragon fell to the ground, its blood dark gold. At this moment, the scene suddenly changed, revealing a bloody door. It was the blood-colored door that Klein had seen in the innermost part of the ancient building in the afternoon. With a creak, the bloody door opened a gap, allowing one to vaguely see a black high-back chair. Sitting on the high-back chair was a normal-sized man. His head was lowered, and he was silent and deathly still. As the camera zoomed in, Klein could clearly see the man's attire. He seemed to be the knight who had just killed the dragon. He was still wearing the blood-stained black armor. The only difference was that he was no longer 3 to 4 meters tall. At this moment, the man suddenly raised his head. His young and handsome face was covered in terrifying rotting scars that revealed his bones. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Klein jumped in fright and woke up from his dream. He opened his eyes and saw the crimson moonlight penetrating the curtains. Chapter 265. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein lifted the blanket and got up. For a seer, paying attention to dreams was the most basic quality, and the dream just now could not be explained as a simple nightmare. Wearing comfortable clothes, he came to the front of the full-length mirror and said in a low voice, he whispered, "I dreamed of the blood-stained door in that room." Miss Bodyguard's figure slowly outlined itself in the mirror as she replied without any expression, "The influence of the evil spirit's aura. It will gradually weaken until it disappears." "Is that so?" Klein nodded slightly and returned to the bed. He picked up the golden pocket watch and opened it. Seeing that it was still early, he lay down to sleep again. This time, the dream was fragmented and did not have the previous encounter. The next day, which was Sunday morning, Klein felt refreshed as he made himself a soft-boiled egg to go with the buttered bread. In the kingdom of Rouen, or rather, in the countries of the northern continent, reading newspapers at breakfast was a must for gentlemen. Klein was no exception. He opened his subscriptions of the Tussock Times, Bakeland Post, and Bakeland Morning Post. The Unified Government Employee Examination Act has been officially passed by the House of Lords. The first round of examinations will be held in early December, and the second round of examinations will be held at the end of January next year. The final interviews will be held in 2 weeks. Within a week, the government will announce the positions and requirements involved in the examination and begin the registration process. The reporter speculates that most of them will be in Bakeland. Klein scanned the contents line by line, picked up his cup, and took a sip of side black tea. He couldn't help but associate it with Banson as he muttered to himself, "The bill was passed at the end of September, the positions will be announced in early October, the registration will be completed in early November, and the examination will begin in early December. The schedule is very tight and unreasonable. It's enough to show the urgency of the King and the Prime Minister. But this is very beneficial to Banson. He's prepared more than 2 months ahead of others. Even if he can't compare to the elites who graduated from universities, he'll definitely be able to beat most others. And the positions that those elites want won't coincide with his. He should be fine." Klein wanted to tap his chest 4 times to draw a crimson moon and say, "May the goddess bless me." However, thinking that Miss Bodyguard was nearby, he resisted the urge. After all, he claimed to believe in the god of steam and machinery. After eating the last mouthful of bread, he continued to read the newspaper. Both the upper and lower houses have approved the establishment of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Commission, allowing the government to establish this body. The next month will be a crucial period for all parties to compete for the position of committee member. A separate alkali industry prosecutor has been approved, targeting acid and alkali production plants to minimize their level of pollution. There's no advertisement of the Ernst firm purchasing goods on the 5th page. There's no need to consider attending the Beyonder gathering tomorrow night. Tingen City, 2, Narcissus Street. Banson read the news in the newspaper over and over again, completely forgetting about the bread on his plate. The Unified Examination Bill has been passed? Wearing a long black dress, Melissa tilted her head to look at her brother, who was behaving strangely. A few days ago, the newspapers had been reporting that the bill would be passed this time. Benson finally put down the newspaper, wiped his black hair, and slowly exhaled. Yes. At this moment, the two of them suddenly fell into silence. The room was silent. There wasn't even the sound of knives and forks colliding with plates. The indescribable atmosphere was broken by the maid, Bella, who came out of the kitchen. Benson smiled and said, "This is something predictable. This is something that can be predicted. Actually, the most important thing is the previous piece of news." "Oh." Melissa's expression was abnormally calm. Benson took a bite of the bread and smiled. "News that Bakeland Institute of Technology has been reorganized into a university. It will officially recruit students next year. There will be no tests on grammar or classical literature. Instead, it will focus on technical content. It's very suitable for graduates and current students from various technical schools." "Melissa, I think you can give it a try." "But," Melissa subconsciously retorted. Benson interrupted her with a smile. "Its tuition fees will be half that of universities like Tingen, Perth, Coe, and Bakeland. It's equivalent to Mid-Seashire's Constant University of Technology, and there will be more scholarship opportunities. Melissa, don't you like machinery, steam, and such content? This is the best opportunity for you to come into contact with more advanced and in-depth knowledge. How about giving it a try? Don't worry about wasting money. Teach that money might allow us to maintain our current lives without working, but we're still young. We can't define our lives like that. Look, compared to a few months ago, my grammar has improved a lot. A change of environment might be better. I know you can't bear to leave Tingen and this place. Yes, we will eventually return, but not when we're young." Melissa tilted her head to look at the various components on the coffee table as her lips quivered. Her lips quivered a few times as she said, "What about Bella?" After Klein passed away, she originally didn't want to hire a maidservant, but when she thought of Bella's tragic life after losing her job, she gave up on the idea. After all, an additional 5 soldi a week was nothing to the Moretti family, whose annual income was at least £300. With regards to this, Benson shook his head and smiled. "There's still a few months to go. We can let Bella find a new job ahead of time. Before that, we will continue to pay her and give her a bedroom. Besides, her culinary skills are much better than before. She can totally apply for a job as a home cook. Unfortunately, of course, all of this is on the premise that you can pass the entrance examination of Bakeland University of Technology." He wanted to say that it was a pity that Bella didn't have a long time to learn culinary skills, but when he saw Melissa's gloomy expression, he forcefully changed the topic. Without waiting for Melissa to say anything, Benson smiled and touched his hair. "I plan on resigning tomorrow to focus on preparing for the exam. It's said that most of the positions are in Bakeland. That's my goal. I hope we can go there together." After a moment of silence, Melissa finally nodded slowly. At the same time, she put down her cutlery and wiped her mouth with a napkin. "I'm going to the bathroom." "All right." Benson watched as his sister got up and left the dining table. The smile that had been plastered on his face quickly vanished. He took out the silver vine-patterned pocket watch, looked at it carefully, and sighed very softly. Throughout the entire Sunday, Klein busied himself in the few public libraries in Sherwood Borough, hoping to find information related to Viscount Pound. However, the Viscount's family didn't have any individual biographies, nor did it pique the interest of any historian. Everything about them was scattered in different corners of various historical materials. Without the search function, Klein, who didn't have the search function, felt his head throbbing in pain as he faced the sea of books and theses. He spent 6 hours flipping through a lot of information, but he still didn't obtain any useful information. "I have to find someone who has extensive research on the history of nobles for help, or bribe someone from the police department to get Baronet Pound's current address." He's a noble, so the police department definitely has the corresponding records. There aren't many nobles. Klein returned home, stood in front of the mirror, and spoke to the air. The surface of the mirror quickly outlined Miss Bodyguard's gothic regal dress and the black bonnet on her head. She nodded indiscernibly, as though agreeing with Klein's idea. Then, her ethereal voice was heard. The employment is over. I know it's been 3 days. Klein thought for a moment. If I can obtain any clues regarding the Pound family, would you be willing to know? Miss Bodyguard didn't answer, but she nodded gently. Pass it on through Merrick? Klein asked. After nodding again, Miss Bodyguard bent down, lifted her skirt and bowed. Her figure quickly disappeared, and everything reflected in the mirror was no longer special. Klein looked around, but he didn't relax. He prepared dinner step by step and filled his stomach. When it was late at night, he returned to his bedroom and drew the curtains. Only then did he take out the iron cigar case and reach out to touch the all-black eye left behind by Rossigo. Illusory roars immediately swept through his mind, as though they were tearing apart his mind and destroying his thoughts. Klein struggled to resist the pain that made his head feel like it was about to explode. Once again, he saw the thin black lines spreading out from different parts of his body. They were densely packed, illusory, and terrifying as they extended into the infinite distance. Klein looked around and didn't find any other black lines. He finally confirmed that Miss Bodyguard had left. He hurriedly let go and escaped from the negative influence. After dozens of seconds, he completely returned to normal. Phew, I can finally go above the gray fog to verify the inspiration I had previously. Klein silently muttered to himself as he quickly set up a ritual to summon himself and respond to himself. Then, in his spirit-body state, he carried Aztec's copper whistle, picked up the iron cigar case, and returned above the gray fog. Klein sat at the end of the long ancient table and used his fingers to create a spiritual flame, burning the blood-stained documents and other items that he no longer needed in the corner. After doing all of this, he opened the iron cigar case and, unsurprisingly, found that the all-black eye had become silent and no longer revealed its madness. However, the influence and corruption were still present inside, just that it was no longer active, as though it was hibernating. Indeed, there's no way to separate it directly, Klein whispered. Then, a man wearing a hooded robe appeared on the chair opposite the long ancient table. Just like his previous attempt at creating an avatar, the man was dull and stiff. It was obvious that he wasn't a real person and couldn't deceive the members of the tarot. However, Klein already had an idea. He reached out to hold the all-black eye, and his ears fell silent. There were no longer any terrifying roars. With the Beyonder characteristics gathered, he saw that the dummy opposite him also had thin black threads floating outward. Right on the heels of that, Klein carefully let his spirituality spread out through the all-black eye and touched a few of the illusory threads. Suddenly, he felt like he was holding something. That's because, with a thought, the dummy immediately raised its hand. It really works. I can use the powers of a marionettist to create a fake tarot member. However, it's very draining. I'm unable to maintain a second one. The symbol on the back of the chair won't change accordingly, but it's not like Miss Justice and the rest can't see it. Klein began practicing repeatedly in delight. He even grasped the technique of controlling the dummy's throat and mouth to make it speak. When his spirituality was almost drained, he smiled at the dummy opposite him. "Welcome, new member. Which tarot card would you like to draw?" With that said, he closed his mouth. The dummy opposite him raised its hand to stroke its chin and laughed hoarsely. "World. I choose the card World." Chapter 266. If the Fool was the beginning of tarot cards, then the World was the end. It represented perfection and sublimation. Klein named his smuff World because he hoped that it would have a beautiful meaning from beginning to end. In the future, many things that I can't say or make requests can be done by the World. This will greatly reduce the possibility of the Fool's image collapsing. A life with an avatar, no, unsmuff is a complete life. Klein praised in his heart in a good mood and waved his hand to make the world disappear. Following that, he spread his spirituality and enveloped himself before falling into the gray fog and returning to the real world. He had left Rosego's all-black eye above the gray fog. After all, he usually couldn't use this item, and he was constantly worried that it would be discovered or lost. After packing up the materials for the summoning ritual, Klein looked up at the curtains that revealed the crimson moonlight. He was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's gathering. In terms of understanding of nobles, he believed that Miss Justice would definitely surpass 99% of the people of Rouen. And with his smuff account, the world, he could directly ask him about the Pound family. He didn't need to worry about affecting the fool's image. Of course, this had to be done tactfully. After all, Detective Sherlock Moriarty was also searching for information on the Pound family, and only with enough information could he make a divination above the gray fog. Phew! Klein thought seriously for a while before relaxing and falling asleep. After going above the gray fog, the remnant influence of the evil spirit aura seemed to have completely disappeared. Klein slept until dawn, but he didn't see the sun because there was a thin fog outside. He followed his plan and continued to visit the other public libraries in Bakeland, but he didn't ask the librarians or mention the Pound family. He only flipped through the information that involved the nobles. At 20 minutes past 2 in the afternoon, Klein entered the mysterious space above the gray fog ahead of time. In the magnificent and ancient palace, he sat at the fool's seat and once again faced the fake world at the long, mottled bronze table to familiarize himself with the controls. After a few minutes, Klein took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. He sent a message to the crimson star representing sun to prepare for the gathering. While waiting, he played with the all-black eye and equipped it with a silver chain. Then, he wrapped it around his right wrist and covered it with his sleeve. At 3 in the afternoon, beams of light soared into the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Justice, the hanging man, and Sun each projected blurry figures that were dyed red. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool, good afternoon." Audrey was about to greet every member of the tarot when her gaze suddenly landed on the figure sitting at the end. It was a stranger in a hooded black robe. He was equally illusory and hazy. "This is..." Audrey looked at Mr. Fool in puzzlement and delight. "Has the tarot expanded again? Is it Furs or Zio? No, the height doesn't match, or someone else." As Audrey was lost in her thoughts, Klein leaned back leisurely. "This is a new member, Mr. World." At the same time, through the gray fog's augmentation of his spirit vision, he discovered that the surface color of Sun's astral projection had become purer, but it hadn't reached the level of a sequence 8. His preliminary judgment was that he had completely digested the barred potion. "Hello," Audrey politely greeted him and curiously examined the new member. She quickly read the corresponding information from the details revealed in the hazy gray fog. "Mr. World is a person with restrained emotions. He rarely moves his body and always keeps a straight face. I wonder where he comes from. Rouen, Intis? Or a mysterious place like the City of Silver?" Audrey nodded in thought. After the numerous gatherings, she had determined one thing from the fact that Sun's mouth couldn't match his words. It was very likely that he wasn't speaking in Rouen. What they were hearing was likely Mr. Fool's translation. After the hanging man Alger and Sun respectively summoned the world, and the new member responded rather coldly, Klein looked at Justice and said, "The 2 candidates you proposed are still being examined. I'll give you a simple mission. Entrust it to them in your name. This is part of the examination. It should be that strict." Not only did Audrey not feel disappointed, she even felt that it was only natural. The members of the tarot had to be strictly selected. Not just anyone could become one. The members of the tarot club had to go through strict selection. Not just anyone could become one. She thought proudly before adding somewhat guiltily, and for me to be roped in by Mr. Fool from the very beginning, it means that I'm lucky enough. Luck is also one of my traits. Klein reached out his right hand and pressed it on the table, conjuring a drawing that depicted Lenivas's appearance and attire. Find out about the person in the drawing. He's in Bakeland. Klein made the portrait flash in front of Miss Justice. Find out about the person in the drawing. He's in Bakeland. Klein made the portrait flash in front of Miss Justice. Audrey focused her gaze and saw a young man with black hair neatly combed back, revealing a full forehead and round-rimmed glasses. It was a colorful oil painting. The pair of brown eyes that were filled with mockery stood out abnormally, and below it was a label with information such as, former name Lenivas. A simple mission. This means that the target isn't strong. However, for Mr. Fool to know of his existence, he must have something special about him. Although it's a simple mission, there might be a deeper goal of Mr. Fool hiding behind it. An important figure of his stature likely wouldn't just be an examination. Audrey's thoughts ran wild for a moment. After a few seconds, she said, "That's right." After a few seconds, she said, "I'll entrust it to them." Those two ladies seem to have a lot of connections in Bakeland. This will be of great help in finding Lenivas. After confirming that he had decided on his revenge, Klein fell silent and deliberately let his smuff perform. The world surveyed the area and said with a hoarse voice, "That's right. Mr. Fool told me that I can assign missions and gather ingredients here, right?" "Yes." Audrey nodded elegantly and said, "But you have to wait patiently. What follows next belongs to Mr. Fool's reading time." I completed the mission of assassinating Ambassador of Intis, Bakerland. I didn't even mention it first to take up this period of time. She thought to herself as she raised her chin slightly. "Miss Justice, you sure have the spirit of a master. I'll have to pay a certain amount of knowledge later to truly conclude the mission of assassinating Bakerland." Klein retracted his gaze in amusement and looked at the hanging man. The hanging man, Alger Wilson, didn't speak blindly because there was a new member. He maintained his silence and observed in secret. At this moment, seeing Mr. Fool look over, he hurriedly bowed humbly and said, "It's still 6 pages this time. This time it's still 6 pages. I'll give you the last page next time." "Sure." Klein nodded slightly. The hanging man hurriedly reined in his psyche, recalled the contents, and expressed a strong will. He quickly finished writing the 6 pages and saw them suddenly disappear, appearing in Klein's hands. Klein looked down and scanned the contents of the first page. On the 9th of February, I had my 3rd child. I named him Bonova. My eldest daughter, Bernadette, was lucky. Her mother and I were only low-sequence beyonders back then. She was free to choose the path she wanted to take. My eldest son, Charles, was the most unfortunate. He only inherited a few beyonder characteristics, but he had no choice but to repeat my path. Perhaps he could make some changes at sequence 4, but it's never that easy to achieve a high-sequence beyonder. My second son, Bornova, was somewhere between Bernadette and Charles. I gave him the characteristics of a sequence 5 beyonder. This reduced the burden on me, allowing me to digest the potion faster and accelerate my advancement. And the moment he was born, he was already an astromancer who could display all kinds of special abilities. Zeratul secretly congratulated me, praising Bornova as an adorable angel. I asked this fortune-teller what achievements Bornova would have in the future, but he only smiled and didn't answer me. I asked him about Charles's future, and he finally spoke. He told me that death was an inevitable outcome, but it might be a good thing. Seriously, the words of a seer are always so vague. It really makes one want to pry open his mouth. Finally, I asked about Bernadette's future, and he suddenly became very serious. He said that she would hate me, loathe me, and abandon me. She would become an important figure in the mysterious world. Sometimes you really shouldn't ask about the results of a divination. I find it hard to believe that my adorable, kind, loving brother, adoring father, and loving mother would hate me, loathe me, and abandon me. What was the reason for this? Did I do something overboard? Perhaps she had a crush that I wasn't satisfied with, and I killed that punk? No, Zeratul isn't a prophet. The results of a divination might be wrong. Forget this matter, Roselle. I seem to smell a melodramatic family drama. Klein couldn't help but lampoon after reading the first page of the diary. At the same time, Zeratul's description of Bernadette's future naturally surfaced in his mind. An important figure in the mysterious world. Was this referring to the world of extraordinaires? What level can one be considered an important figure? Klein flipped the diary page in thought. May 22nd. The Sauron family's Florent actually wants me to be his subordinate. Do I look like someone who would be a lackey? His attitude is completely unacceptable. I swear that I will definitely make him pay for today's arrogance in the future. However, some of the things he mentioned are very interesting and worth pondering. Chapter 267. Florent said that the Sauron family has a history of more than 2,000 years, longer than the Church of the God of Craftsmanship. They have witnessed all the cooperation and strife, light and darkness in the Fourth Epoch, and they have survived to this day. Other than the Augustus family of Rouen, the Einhorn family of Faceac, and the Castilla family of Fainapotter, the other powerful families that were on par with them, such as the Antigonus family and the Zeratul family, have either become the dust of history or have become rats in the sewers, hiding and unable to see the light of day. He said that letting me be his subordinate, the subordinate of the ancient and glorious Sauron family, was a gift to me. Back then, I wanted to K all his ancestors. However, the fact that the Sauron family has a history of more than 2,000 years is very surprising. The Fourth Epoch is also known as the Epoch of the Gods. Be it the current Orthodox seven deities, or Death, the primordial Demonis, the dark side of the universe, or the true Creator, they are still active in the real world. It's said that they often perform miracles. For the Sauron family to survive to this day and hold such a high position, it's definitely not an easy task. Their long history has given them more than just arrogance. They must be hiding many secrets, and perhaps they even have extremely terrifying sealed artifacts. This is truly a behemoth that stands above the land, one that no one dares to look straight at. Upon seeing this, Klein had many thoughts. Roselle was able to overthrow the Sauron family's rule and become their consul and protector. He must have experienced a tragic, terrifying, and soul-stirring battle. Even if the Sauron family doesn't have a Grade 0 sealed artifact, they definitely don't lack Grade 1 sealed artifact. Furthermore, there might be high-sequence Beyonders. Even if the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery fully supports Roselle, it might not end well. Could it be that the Sauron family was already in decline and weak before this? The Intis turmoil is an external manifestation of this state? What did they experience during that period of time? Did they lose their sealed artifacts? Did a high-sequence Beyonder die? Thus, it attracted the attention of many ambitious people? From this diary, the Augustus family of Rouen is no stranger to Antigonus and Zeratul. They likely have the corresponding record. The Sun once mentioned that the City of Silver has lasted for more than 2,500 years in the Dark Ages. According to my preliminary judgment, this is the number of years since the Cataclysm. The Sauron family claimed to have a history of more than 2,000 years, nearly 200 years ago. I wonder if they have managed to survive until before the Cataclysm. I'll find an opportunity to deliberately mention the Sauron family and see the Sun's reaction. If the Sun is still dumbfounded, it will indirectly mean that the Sauron family rose to power after the Cataclysm. Perhaps they had benefited greatly from the Cataclysm, allowing them to become nobles of the Fourth Epoch and royalty of the Fifth Epoch. Even if Sun doesn't know it, South Sauron. Klein flipped to the third page and discovered that the content recorded on it was written in the early days of Rozelle's tenure as consul of the Republic of Intis. From the diary entries on this page, it could be seen that Rozelle's formulation and promulgation of the new civil code, encouraging inventions, protecting trade, and incubating the Industrial Revolution wasn't just to satisfy his vile interest in acting as Napoleon and his ambition to change the world. He was using this method to reconcile with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. The Eternal Blazing Sun was also the god of contracts, the guardian of commerce. A more complete civil code that was more in line with the times and more prosperous trade was in line with the needs of his church. From this diary entry, the relationship between Rozelle and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was gradually thawing and beginning to improve. More than 10 years later, he brazenly declared himself emperor and called himself Caesar. It was likely because he had the endorsement of both churches, otherwise it would be too risky. Then, why was he assassinated? Klein cast his gaze at the fourth page in puzzlement. August 11th. That idiot, Florent, is showing off again. He said that he's the most promising person in this generation of the Sauron family to become a high-sequence Beyonder because he's very similar to his great-great-grandfather. Is there a definite connection? I look up and down, left and right, but I can't tell what talent this guy has. Besides, is talent very important in the field of Beyonders? Well, being good at understanding the essence of acting is considered a core talent, but it's not necessary. As long as one knows the acting method and isn't stupid enough to misunderstand it or do things that easily cause one to lose control, there's a chance of completely digesting the potion. It's just a matter of spending a little more time. It's not impossible to become a high-sequence Beyonder in one's lifetime. The main obstacle to becoming a high-sequence Beyonder is the difficulty of obtaining Beyonder ingredients and the trouble of corresponding rituals. Of course, I have to admit that those born as Beyonders have more time to prepare. Florent's great-great-grandfather is a high-sequence Beyonder? Just because he looks like him means that he has talent? I can tell that Rozelle was still very inexperienced when he wrote this diary entry. He didn't understand the two laws of Beyonder characteristic indestructibility and conservation. Klein nodded indiscernibly. With his current knowledge, he could roughly understand the hidden meaning behind Florent Sauron's words. The Beyonder characteristics left behind by a high-sequence Beyonder had their own mental imprint. This was also one of the reasons why potions concocted with such ingredients could easily cause people to lose control. And people who resembled the original owner could avoid this negative influence to the greatest extent. Their chances of advancing successfully were much higher than the average person, so they were said to have talent. The holy artifact's acknowledgement of its owner was likely a similar situation. This is similar to the acting method, but it can't be popularized. When the advancement is successful, one still has to act according to the potion's name and completely digest the characteristics. Klein glanced thoughtfully at the two diary entries at the back of this page. He discovered that Rozelle the Great was very fond of the liberal customs of Intis, but he was also worried that his future wife would be equally liberal. With a slight rustle, Klein placed the fifth page at the top. April 20th. I once again participated in that ancient organization's secret gathering. Those members still left me shocked. It was hard to believe that they were all members of this organization. This time, I learned of part of the philosophy of this ancient organization. They believe that humans are always losing themselves bit by bit until they fall asleep. Therefore, they have to work hard to observe themselves and remember themselves. They rely on this and all kinds of knowledge to obtain purification, so as to deal with the final apocalypse. They protect and pass down secrets that have been passed down for thousands of years. They believe that dusk is inevitable and that the apocalypse is unavoidable. They believe in the original creator and believe that he isn't truly dead. When dusk comes, when everything ends, He will awaken from his slumber and return everything to himself. He will then create a new world, a new history. All the actions of this organization are based on this philosophy. It can be seen that they are very hostile towards the true Creator. They aren't stingy with using all kinds of depraved and evil words to describe him. They control the second blasphemy slate and the 22 paths of the divine, but they stipulate that members can only choose a few of them, with the exception of those who were already beyonders when they joined. Are there any secrets to these few pathways? I'll record them down first and analyze them later. These pathways are Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Spectator. Haha, I'll have to change my habit of calling sequence pathways in the future. This way of calling them seems very lowly in that ancient organization. This is very close to what I've analyzed from the hostile relationship and Mr. A's request. The Bard, Sailor, Reader, and Secrets suppliant pathways can be interchanged at sequence 4. Manipulator is a high sequence beyonder of the Spectator pathway? Why do so many secret organizations claim that the apocalypse is inevitable, such as the Demonist sect or this ancient organization? And they don't rely on this to preach. Is it a need for brainwashing, or will there really be a so-called dusk? Klein made many connections, but due to the lack of information, he was unable to obtain a definite answer. At the same time, he couldn't help but criticize. Roselle, can't you just write down the name of that organization? Restraining his facial expressions and body movements, Klein flipped over the piece of paper with relatively little content and looked at the last page. January 1st. This is the beginning of a new year. I just happened to complete the creation of my first card of blasphemy. I will hide the ultimate secrets of the 22 pathways of the divine in these different cards of blasphemy and scatter them in various places. If things fail, these will be my children's greatest reliance. Haha, I will destroy all the order you want and spread the mysteries of God. These cards of blasphemy will have anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics. Apart from the portion left for my children, they will be obtained by those who are fated. I've always been a person who takes vengeance for vengeance. After I die, who cares if there's a flood? Well, I didn't create this saying. In short, the more chaotic the situation in the mysterious world, the better. I have to consider how to name the set of cards of blasphemy. There are 22 pathways of the divine, and the main cards of the tarot cards also have 22 cards. They correspond perfectly. However, some of the names don't meet the requirements. I have to make some changes to match the original potion names. That ancient organization is my last and biggest support. I don't know if they will support me, and in what way. I still remember the shock I felt when I first saw the blasphemy slate. So the Beyonder pathways are really the pathways of the divine. So the blasphemy slate is really blaspheming the deities. Above every pathway's sequence 1, there's a sequence 0. There's also the corresponding potion formula and ritual. Every pathway can only have one sequence 0, and sequence 0 is the sequence of a true God. For example, sequence 0, Sun. Chapter 268. Sequence 0? There's a sequence 0 above sequence 1? Sequence 0 is equivalent to a true God? Each pathway can only have one sequence 0? Is this the true meaning of the pathway of the divine? As long as one consumes the corresponding potion, holds a ritual, and grasps the acting method to digest the Beyonder characteristic, an ordinary person can also become a god step by step? This is really blasphemy. Could it be that in the end, the main ingredients of the potion will be the godhood, divine blood, and body of the eternal blazing sun? The diary entry on the last page contained too much information. It shocked Klein so much that he almost couldn't think straight. He nearly made additional body movements. 22 pathways of the divine correspond to 22 sequence zeros. Sequence 0, Sun, sounds very powerful. Perhaps there's another sequence 0, Death? I wonder what the corresponding sequence 0 names of the goddess and the Lord of Storms are. According to Roselle the Great's description, some of them are the same as the main cards of tarot cards, but some are different. The cards of blasphemy he created are based on the name of the potion. This can no longer be called a potion, right? The Emperor regrets not choosing the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways because their corresponding sequence zeros haven't been produced? Then why did the symbolic deity, the hidden sage, suddenly personify? What's Roselle plotting at the end? It gives me the feeling that I'm the enemy of the entire world, as though I can only rely on that mysterious and ancient organization. Primordial Demonis is the sequence zero title of the Demonis pathway? Klein gradually regained his train of thought and restrained the raging winds and waves in his heart. He knew that he couldn't immerse himself in this matter. He had to return to normal as soon as possible. Otherwise, Justice and the Hanging Man and the other members would discover a problem and find it odd. Mr. Fool has been looking at that diary page for too long. I really want to obtain a card of blasphemy created by Roselle the Great. I want to see what else is in it other than the potion formula for becoming a god and the corresponding ritual. Klein suppressed his shock and puzzlement and made Roselle's diary disappear from his palm. He rapped the edge of the long bronze table and looked to the side. Miss Justice, you did well. You finished off Bakerland in less than a week. According to the agreement, what kind of payment do you want? Bakerland is dead? So fast? The Hanging Man Alger had been away from the island for the past few days and hadn't received the corresponding information. He was momentarily surprised, which made Audrey, who was secretly observing, feel relieved. Even if Alger was in the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Byam, he might not be able to learn of it in time. This was because the information that could be transmitted by cable telegrams was limited. If it wasn't particularly urgent or important, it would always be delayed by a few days. Sometimes, the colonists of the Rorstad archipelago would even take a month or two to learn of the latest situation in the northern continent. Reining in his thoughts, the Hanging Man looked at Mr. Fool in the thick gray fog and said respectfully with a hint of humility, "I'm very sorry. I've just contacted some people and couldn't help. This is a request, not a favor. Don't mind it." Klein chuckled and cast his gaze at Miss Justice again, waiting for her to name the payment she wanted. "May the goddess bless me. Miss Justice's request won't be too difficult. It's best if it can be repaid with knowledge. I learned a lot of impressive things from Roselle's diary." Klein silently prayed to the goddess. Of course, he knew very well that with the gray fog's isolation, the Evernight goddess definitely wouldn't be able to hear his prayers. Audrey rolled her eyes and deliberated for a few seconds. One must be honest and not greedy. "Audrey, you must stick to your principles." She smiled faintly. "No, it should be that I still owe you. No, I owe your adorer a reward. Rear Admiral Hurricane Zillings's bounty is a total of £30,000. I should give your adorer £15,000. Of that, the assassination of Bakerland cost £10,000, so I still need to pay an additional £5,000. However, due to the matter with Bakerland, my financial situation hasn't been too good recently. This reward will need to wait for a few months. Mr. Fool, is that all right?" After saying that, Audrey secretly exhaled, feeling that the small stone weighing down on her heart had finally been lifted. Although it's not appropriate to discuss money and calculate rewards in front of Mr. Fool, I can't hide the harvest of his adorer. Audrey sighed silently. As for the large plantation worth more than £8,000, it was a personal gift from the Duke of Negan in gratitude for her warning. It wasn't considered a bounty. £5,000? I can still get £5,000? Zillings's total bounty is £30,000. Klein was taken aback when he heard that. Immediately after, he fell into an intense mental struggle. Logically speaking, I should give the reward to Mr. Aztec, but I won't be able to contact him for a long period of time. It's a waste to just leave the money there. I might as well use this money to improve myself as much as possible. When the time comes, I'll provide help to offset it. Klein made a decision 3 seconds later. He nodded at Miss Justice and said, "Sure." Upon hearing Mr. Fool's answer, Audrey's elegant sitting posture didn't change, but her heart completely relaxed. At this moment, Klein, who was leaning back in his chair, didn't say anything else. He secretly controlled his smuff with a condescending attitude. The world coughed lightly. "Can I speak now?" Audrey looked at Mr. Fool. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she nodded slightly. "Sure." At the same time, she read the information again and made a judgment on the new member, Mr. World. "When I mentioned that the assassination of Ambassador Bakerland stemmed from the commission I accepted, he didn't show any surprise or surprise. He either doesn't know the importance of this matter or doesn't understand the weight of an ambassador, or he's very composed and good at hiding his emotions and body movements. The shape of his mouth doesn't match the words he says. It should have been translated by Mr. Fool. This makes it impossible for me to obtain information about his original speech habits, and it's difficult for me to know what language he uses daily." Thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, accompanied by Mr. World's hoarse voice. "I wish to obtain the true root of the miscreant, at least 60 milliliters of the corresponding juice, as well as the marrow crystals of the spring of the elves, and all the spinal fluid of a dark patterned black panther. Who can provide it or have the corresponding clues? What do you want me to exchange for it?" Klein added the beyonder ingredients needed by the apothecary to his commission, so as to prevent the members of Tarot from guessing the main formula. Before Justice and the hanging man could react, the silent sun said, "I know where the miscreant is, and I can help you obtain the ingredients. I know where the bewildering miscreants are, and I can help you obtain the materials. However, I have to wait until I complete my advancement and have enough strength to join the corresponding patrol team." He had been accumulating merit points and rewards recently, working hard to exchange for the main ingredients of a light supplement from the City of Silver's officials and the private market. At present, he was still lacking quite a bit. As expected of the City of Silver with many monsters and a treacherous environment. Klein praised inwardly and made World ask, "Then what do you wish to obtain?" Sun answered without hesitation, "A weapon that suits me and can enhance my combat abilities." He didn't mention the corresponding ingredients for a light supplement because the City of Silver had them, and he could obtain them through his own efforts. Upon hearing such a request, Klein instantly thought of the runic steel sword that had appeared at the Beyonder gathering organized by Eye of Wisdom. It was sharp enough and had the effects of exorcism and purification. It could be used for 3 years, and it was worth £500. It perfectly matched Sun's description. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "It's already been bought." Klein stared at the members in silence, while World nodded. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "It's already been bought by someone." Klein silently looked at the members as the World nodded and said, "Yes. I will find a weapon that meets your requirements as soon as possible. This transaction will be witnessed by Mr. Fool?" At this moment, Justice Audrey looked at Sun and reminded him, apart from the miscreant's sap, the ingredients that Mr. World requested are all Beyonders corresponding to Sequence 7. They are worth between £500 to £700. At this moment, she felt that Sun was naive and was worried that he would be fooled by the unfathomable Mr. World with a weapon that wasn't worth much. Although Mr. Fool is fair and advocates equivalent exchange, it's not his place to stop both parties if they agree. After all, some items aren't worth much, but there are people who are in urgent need of them. It's normal to pay a premium. Audrey thought to herself, although Mr. Fool is fair and advocates equivalent exchange, it's not his place to stop both parties if they agree. After all, some items aren't worth much, but there are people who are in urgent need of them. It's normal to pay a premium. Audrey thought to herself. The formula for a Sequence 7 is about £800, the hanging man Alger added. He had an instinctive aversion towards new members. Klein struggled to translate because he didn't know what the currency unit of pounds corresponded to in the city of silver. He could only use a sequence 9 potion formula as an analogy. Got it. Sun nodded slightly before adding softly, "Thank you." The world maintained his gloomy style and didn't comment on what had just happened. He turned to look at Justice and the hanging man, waiting for their answer. Audrey pondered for a few seconds. The psychiatrist potion formula and the corresponding beyonder ingredient. This is sequence 7 of the spectator pathway. You can search for information first. You don't have to rush to buy them. Wait until I have clues about the dark-patterned Black Panther and the elven spring marrow crystal. If you are willing to exchange them for gold pounds, you can buy them anytime. Although I don't have any money recently, if I really need it, I can still raise quite a bit. Audrey comforted herself in her heart. The hanging man, Alger pondered. The potion formula for sequence 6 wind-blessed of the sailor pathway. It's more expensive than all the beyonder ingredients you need combined. If you can find it, you can think about what the extra compensation will be. I can't guarantee that I'll definitely be able to help you gather those materials. Even if it's just one of them, you don't need to spend anything on it in advance. Mr. the Hanging Man should have a close relationship with the Church of the Lord of Storms. He should be able to obtain the formula of wind-blessed through normal means, right? Is he trying to hide the fact that he's about to digest the Seafarer potion? Klein was taken aback. Chapter 269. The world surveyed the area and said, "I hope to get the information of all the fallen nobles in the Kingdom of Rouen, including their current addresses. The more detailed, the better." He didn't directly mention Baronet Pound, because Detective Sherlock Moriarty was taking over an underground building investigation involving the Pound family. Klein didn't wish for Justice to figure out the world's identity through this. Not a single detail could be overlooked. He repeated it to himself. Audrey was taken aback when she heard that. She scrutinized the member at the end of the long bronze table again and probed. "What do you want?" The world laughed hoarsely and said, "You don't have to worry. I'm only searching for something. I won't cause them any harm. I can swear that Mr. Fool will bear witness to this. Mr. World is really good at controlling his body language. Is his profession the nemesis of spectator and telepathist?" Audrey nodded thoughtfully. "I know some information about the declining nobles, but it's not detailed, specific, or comprehensive enough. I need some time to perfect it. About 3 or 4 days. Is that okay?" As a noble, it was a compulsory course to understand people of the same level. When she attended various balls, banquets, and salons, Audrey could always hear interesting stories. However, they were all fragmented and difficult to form a whole. After all, she was not an expert in this field. She still needed to read books, inquire, and search for information to fill in the details, and not miss any declining noble. "No problem," the world said with a deep laugh. "Then, what do you wish for in return?" "I can immediately pay you some of the secret history of the fourth epoch, knowledge regarding certain beyonder pathways, and a few formulas. But frankly speaking, I don't think the matters of those fallen nobles can be compared to the sequence 8 or 7 potion formulas. If you raise any other requests, I'll try to fulfill them. It's not equivalent to the potion formulas of sequence 8 and sequence 7. In other words, I can't make the corresponding request for a psychiatrist." Audrey began to think seriously. During this process, she secretly glanced at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the end of the long ancient table, hoping to get a hint. In the end, she discovered that Mr. Fool was shrouded in gray fog and didn't react at all, as though he was a deity watching the land. "All right." Audrey finally made a decision and smiled faintly. "I want to hear about certain beyonder pathways, but the premise is that I don't know about them. Honorable Mr. Fool, can you be the judge?" "Sure," Klein replied calmly. "Then let's talk in private." Audrey looked at the world. At that moment, Klein tapped the table lightly, cutting off the vision and hearing of the sun and the hanging man. He purposely nodded at the Smuff, indicating that they were now in a private conversation. The World looked at Miss Justice and said in his usual hoarse voice, "What do you know about the Demonist sect?" Audrey recalled the information she had spent £1,000 to buy from the hanged man Alger. She gave a short and cautious reply. She replied warily, "I know what they believe in, which era they originated from, what beyonder pathways they control, as well as the inclinations of the upper echelons." The World laughed hoarsely and said, "I understand. I understand now. You don't know much. The Demonist sect controls the assassin pathway, and Sequence 8 is instigator." "I know that," Audrey said, half reminding and half anticipating. The World raised his hand and stroked his chin. "Then, do you know what the corresponding Sequence 7 is?" Audrey shook her head slightly and said, "I'll be happy to listen to you." "Sequence 7 of the assassin pathway is called Witch," the World said succinctly. "Witch." Audrey jumped in fright when she heard the word, and she naturally made the corresponding connection in her mind. If a man were to consume this potion, how would he act? Wear a beautiful dress, apply exquisite makeup, and imitate a lady's every move? She muttered inwardly, feeling a little disgusted yet amused. No, Miss Justice, when a man consumes this potion, he can no longer be called a man. He has already become a true lady. Klein resisted the urge to click his tongue as he controlled the World to answer. "Goddess, the witch potion can change a person's gender?" Audrey blurted out. This is really unimaginable." Mr. Fool didn't deny it, which means that it's true. This is a miracle. This is the mysterious and extraordinary world, the world filled with all sorts of incredible things. This is the world I yearn for. Am I a little excited? After calming down a little, Audrey quickly and guiltily glanced at Mr. Fool, feeling a little remorseful for chanting the Evernight goddess's name in front of him. The World said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, but it can only turn men into women. Women will correspondingly increase their charm. Whether it's their appearance or the condition of their skin, they will become significantly better. This is why the higher-ups of the witch sect are all women." "What's its weakness?" Audrey was suddenly tempted. The World replied unhurriedly, "That's right. The requirement for acting is to become the evil that brings disaster, disease, and pain." Audrey let out a small sigh, feeling a little disappointed. Her thoughts turned quickly, and she immediately had a new doubt. If, and I'm saying if, an animal consumes the witch potion and doesn't die or lose control, does the increase in charm refer to becoming a human, or to increasing the attractiveness of its own species? For example, a female cat that all male cats and cat lovers crazily adore? The World was momentarily at a loss for an answer. After a few seconds he said, "I've never studied such matters." Without waiting for Audrey to ask again, he added, "Witch's corresponding sequence 6 is pleasure, also known as a demoness of pleasure. Witch's corresponding sequence 6 is pleasure, also known as a demoness of pleasure. The requirement of acting is to bring pleasure to men and women, mainly in that aspect, so as to control or influence them. The demoness of this sequence is very good at using strange spider silk." Audrey gaped her beautiful mouth before silently closing it tightly. She deeply regretted her yearning. With this knowledge, you will be able to effectively distinguish between demonesses in the future. Are you satisfied with this reward?" the World asked. Audrey nodded slightly and said, "This is very helpful to me. This will be very helpful to me. We have a deal. I'll help you gather information on the declining nobles as soon as possible. I'll give it to you at the next gathering." The World pondered for a moment. "Can you hurry up? Then, I'll offer it to Mr. Fool after I'm done collecting it." "Mr. Fool, can he bestow it to you?" Audrey turned her head and asked. In the thick gray fog, Klein nodded in agreement. At the same time, he busily controlled the world and whispered, "That's right. He." This is due to the difference in personal pronouns. Sensing World's surprise, Audrey's lips curled up slightly. She rolled her eyes and deliberately didn't explain. Klein knocked on the long bronze table, signaling the end of the private conversation. Following that, he controlled the world again and said, "I have another question. As expected, newcomers have accumulated a lot of needs." Audrey looked over, unsurprised. The hanged man Alger and Derek also had their own body language that indicated that they were listening. The world said hoarsely, "I want to know if the Sauron family with Intis has any other high-sequence Beyonders." As World spoke, Klein glanced at Sun from the corner of his eye and realized that the youth didn't have any additional reactions. From the looks of it, there's a high chance that the City of Silver doesn't have any records of the Sauron family. This family likely rose to prominence after the cataclysm. Klein looked around in thought and discovered that Justice and the hanging man looked at each other, clearly unsure of the answer. As for Sun, he was undoubtedly at a loss and silent. Thus, he tapped the table again. "I will answer this question. What can you pay me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Klein hurriedly controlled World to speak again. "A formula, a sequence 7 formula." "Sure deal." Klein created a private conversation and looked at his SMUF account for a few seconds. The blocked Justice Audrey and the hanging man Alger once again felt how unfathomable Mr. Fool was. They were somewhat curious about the answer, but they also felt that it wasn't of much use to them. It wasn't worth using something of the same value as a sequence 7 potion formula to exchange for it. After the private conversation ended, Klein deliberately made World bow and said hoarsely, "Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your answer. Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your answer. It's very helpful to me." After that, the free conversation lasted for less than 10 minutes before he announced that the tarot was over. Then, he severed the connection with the Crimson Stars. After Justice, the hanging man, and the sun turned into streams of light and dissipated, Klein looked at the world and chuckled. After the figures of Justice, the hanging man, and the sun turned into streams of light and dissipated, Klein looked at the world and chuckled. With a SMUF account, many things have indeed become much more convenient. However, the all-black eye can't be used outside the gray fog. What a pity! As he spoke, he controlled the world to stand up and bow before letting it melt into the majestic palace. As he had to divert his attention to control the SMUF account, Klein's spirituality was greatly drained. He didn't continue staying in this space. He removed the all-black eye, placed it on the surface of the long bronze table, and immediately returned to the real world. At that moment there was sunlight that was rare in Bakeland during autumn and winter outside the tightly shut curtains. Klein didn't admire it. He slept for half an hour and recovered some of his energy. After waking up, due to Miss Justice's promise and the fact that the matter wasn't urgent, he didn't plan on going to the library to search for information. He decided to head to one of the many cemeteries in the outskirts of Bakeland before the sky turned dark. Klein wanted to test the effects of Aztec's copper whistle and figure out its range and limitations. Chapter 270. After taking the steam metro to the south bank of the Tussock River, Klein hired a rental carriage and headed for Aston Cemetery in the outskirts of the South Borough. It was managed by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. In the darkness of the evening, the trees around the cemetery bared their fangs and claws, blocking out the light, as though there were monsters lurking in the night. After the carriage driver accepted Klein's payment of 4 soldi, he glanced at the cemetery and mumbled, "Do I need to wait for you here?" "No, there's no need. I'm here to visit a friend." "No, there's no need. I'm here to visit a friend." Klein casually came up with an excuse, but he immediately realized that the carriage driver's expression had suddenly changed. "This is a cemetery. I'm here to visit a friend. It's already dark." The carriage driver heard his heart pounding. Only then did Klein snap out of his daze and add with a smile. He smiled and added, "He's the gravekeeper here." The carriage driver immediately heaved a sigh of relief, but he didn't dare stay any longer. He hurriedly drove the horses and quickly left. As for Klein, he circled around the cemetery until night truly fell. After the sky turned dark, the amount of smoke and dust emitted decreased significantly. Coupled with the biting cold winds, the fog in the air thinned significantly. Although he still couldn't see many stars, the crimson moon was faintly peeking out, covering the ground with a veil-like glow. Klein tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, drawing the crimson moon. Then, he put on his gloves, pushed himself over the metal fence, and entered the cemetery. He looked around warily, found a secluded corner, took out Isaac's copper whistle, and held it in his palm. Not far in front of him was a tombstone. The photo on it was already dirty, and the epitaph appeared very blurry under the moonlight. Klein carefully read it for a few seconds before he could figure out what was written. "Friend passing by, please give me a hand." "Thank you. A very humorous gentleman. You're the one." Klein stopped in his tracks and leaned against the nearby trees that shielded the tomb from sunlight and rain. He waited patiently in the cold night. He tossed Aztec's copper whistle high and caught it firmly. He tossed it high again and caught it again. Just like that, he passed the time until 20 minutes later. There's no sign of zombification. Klein closed his pocket watch and examined his surroundings to confirm the result. "I'll come back here in 2 days to see if there are any additional changes. If there are none, it means that Mr. Aztec's copper whistle can't affect the bodies that have received the priest's requiem ceremony." Klein mumbled to himself and put the ancient and delicate copper whistle back into his pocket. In the kingdom of Rouen, there were generally 3 types of burials. The first type had a coffin and a corpse, which was suitable for the middle and upper classes who lived a relatively comfortable life. The second type didn't have a corpse and was directly cremated and buried in an urn. This was the choice of the lower middle class and skilled workers who could afford the cremation fees but felt that a coffin was too wasteful. However, there were times when there were religious and governmental factors. For example, the believers of the eternal blazing sun would have most of their corpses cremated. For example, the poor who received help from the government would all be cremated for a small fee. The third type belonged to the poor. They couldn't afford a coffin and didn't want to be cremated, so they wrapped themselves in something and buried them. From the shape of the tombstone and tomb, Klein had already determined that the subject of his experiment had a coffin and a corpse. If Aztec's copper whistle could really turn the target into a zombie, it wouldn't be completely unresponsive even if the target had already decomposed into bones. Even if it couldn't open the coffin lid that was covered in thick soil and stone slabs, it could at least make a dull thud. Striding toward the fence, Klein suddenly thought of a careless part of the experiment. "Well, I have to classify it. This is a corpse that has been buried for a long time. I have to find a target that has just been buried. That's the only way to make the most accurate judgment." After that, Klein and the tomb keeper caught the treasure and found a grave where the burial ceremony had just been completed during the day. This time, he waited for half an hour and still didn't find any abnormalities. "Phew, I can basically determine that Mr. Aztec's copper whistle can't affect the corpses that have been put to rest. That's a bit weak. No, that's not right. This copper whistle isn't used to make zombies. Its function is to summon messengers. Affecting corpses is a negative effect." Klein tightened his double-breasted coat and walked toward the fence. He planned to go home and change his clothes before carrying out the second set of experiments. The second set of targets were corpses that hadn't been put to rest for long and had not been dead for long. Such targets often existed in hospital morgues. Climbing over the fence, Klein returned to the south side step by step in the gloomy night. The surroundings were dead and peaceful. Only the evergreen trees covered in dust swayed gently. This reminded him of the night he came back to life. At that time, he also walked from the cemetery to the city. Sigh. Klein sighed and suddenly began to run, as if he wanted to get rid of the melancholy far away. Half an hour later, he hired a rental carriage in the south side. His destination was the nearest steam subway station. There was still about an hour before the steam subway stop. This could save him a lot of money. In the wee hours of the morning, Klein changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and wore a cap. He went to St. Eston Hospital in the Bakeland Bridge area. This was a charity hospital that belonged to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Many poor people at the bottom of the social ladder died of illness here, and there was no place to place their corpses at home. They could only be stored in the hospital's morgue, waiting for the government to cremate them or donate them to the medical school. This phenomenon was especially common in the summer, but it was rare in the autumn and winter after the weather cooled down. However, in an era without air conditioning or low-temperature equipment, the hospital's morgue wouldn't leave the corpses for too long. Those who were willing to donate would be embalmed quickly, and those who were to be buried would be cleaned up the next day. Of course, this was the rule in the summer. It was relatively more relaxed in the autumn and winter. Therefore, during this period of time, there were still many corpses in the morgue every night. St. Eston Hospital's morgue was located in the basement. It was rather cool even in the summer, and it was even colder in the autumn and winter. Klein used the knowledge he had learned from the Nighthawks and relied on the agility and balance of a clown to sneak in. He avoided the doctors and nurses on duty and entered the basement. Before he even got close to the morgue, he felt that the surroundings were cold and gloomy. Quickly flashing past the janitor's room, Klein took out a wire and deftly opened the morgue's door lock. This was one of the techniques of infiltration and tracking. He slowly and silently pushed open the morgue's door with his black-gloved right hand. At the same time, he spread his spirituality and enveloped Aztec's copper whistle, hoping to confirm if this method could eliminate the negative effects. The temperature in the morgue seemed to be lower than the corridor. Most of the dead here were in body bags and placed in different metal cabinets. Only a small number were placed on a long table in the middle of the empty space, as if they were waiting to be examined. As a Sequence 8 clown, Klein wasn't afraid of such a scene, but he instinctively felt uncomfortable. He remained cautious, carefully closed the door, and circled around the long tables. After more than 10 minutes, Klein exhaled a cold breath and confirmed that the corpses hadn't changed. "It's about time." He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to take a look. After making his preparations, Klein retracted his spirituality and stopped rapping Aztec's copper whistle with it. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he inexplicably felt that his surroundings had become even more silent. As a seer, he fully believed in his consciousness. He stopped pacing back and forth and retreated near the door. Seconds turned into minutes, and Klein believed that it had been about 2 minutes. At that moment, a corpse on the long table suddenly sat up. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding metal cabinets immediately emitted a series of banging sounds, as if something was about to hatch. Bang, bang, bang. As Klein listened to the commotion and looked at the corpses that were sitting up, he suddenly said in a deep voice, "Crimson!" Following that, he injected his spirituality into the requiem charm and threw it out. Icy blue flames burned silently as a peaceful and gentle black spread out. The corpses lay down again, and the banging sounds from the metal cabinets came to an abrupt stop. Klein, who had experienced a similar scene, didn't relax. He used another requiem charm. As there were many corpses here, he used a third charm just to be safe, using up all the stock he had. Not bad. As expected, it only affects corpses that haven't undergone the requiem ritual and have just died, including zombies. Covering them with spirituality can block this effect, Klein thought with a smile. Seeing that the corpses didn't react abnormally, he prepared to open the door and leave. At that moment, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside and saw a faint light seeping in. The elder guarding the door was attracted by the banging sounds in the morgue. With a lantern in hand, he approached. Klein looked around and pressed his hand on the door. He nimbly jumped and climbed up, stopping at the gap between the door and the ceiling. His fingers dug into the protrusions and gaps, and he maintained a very good balance. Creak! The elder opened the door with a key and entered the morgue. He took a few steps forward, raised the lantern high, and examined the metal cabinets and the long table, as well as the corpses. And behind him, Klein nimbly leaped down and landed silently. Seizing the opportunity, Klein quickly escaped the morgue. He first hid in the gatekeeper's small room for a few seconds before carefully returning upstairs. The gatekeeper checked and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He was a little afraid of the corpses, so he quickly left, locked the door, and didn't stay any longer. Returning to the guard-room, he wrapped himself in a thin blanket. It took him a few minutes to calm his racing heartbeat. He mocked himself in a low voice. He muttered to himself in a low voice, "Those old guys always tell me about the abnormalities that happened in the morgue to scare me. That strange sound just now probably counts. It's nothing much, and those corpses didn't come back to life. Pooey, how can there be zombies and wraiths?" At the same time, Klein was walking comfortably on the quiet and deep street, happy that he had gotten rid of a latent danger. He looked at the elegant gas street lamps on both sides, looking forward to the beyonder gathering that was to come. As long as he could obtain a weapon with a special effect, he could obtain one of the main ingredients of magicians. Chapter 271. In the outskirts of Empressboro, in a racetrack that occupied a large area but had no spectators, Audrey Hall led a maroon filly to a corner and pretended to discuss something with Viscount Glaint. She wore white trousers and knee-high black boot. Her upper body was in a simple lady's blouse, paired with a black jacket-style riding jacket, and a protective helmet of the same color. She looked exceptionally valiant and beautiful, unlike her usual self. The golden retriever, Susie, was obediently squatting by her feet. She seemed to be carrying a small leather bag. Zio, who was disguised as Viscount Glaint's attendant, glanced enviously at Audrey's long and straight legs and subconsciously tiptoed. Glaint sized up Audrey and said half-jokingly, "Horsemanship alone is meaningless. Only when it's combined with hunting will it have life. Of course, I'm talking about male horsemanship. No matter what a beautiful lady does on a horse, it'll be a sight to behold." Audrey replied with a faint smile. "There are still a few months before the next hunt. Every year from June to the New Year, the nobles of the Kingdom of Rouen would follow tradition and come to Bakeland to participate in all sorts of banquets, balls, and salons. This was a very important event to them, and many things would be settled in the next few months. As the years passed, this tradition gradually gained a fixed name. It was called the Bakeland Social Season, and after the New Year, the nobles would return to their fiefdoms one after another. They would return to their luxurious castles, country manors, and large plantations to spend a leisurely and wonderful time. During such times, the most popular game was hunting. The nobles would invite guests of equal status to enjoy the fun of running on horseback and chasing prey. As long as their financial situation allowed it, they would not be stingy with the purchase of hunting dogs. The most famous of the hunting dogs was the foxhound. I already miss that kind of life. Bakeland is a place that makes people feel restrained. Its air is indescribably terrible. Of course, I still like its prosperity and extravagance. Viscount Glaint put on his gloves and took a step back so that Audrey could converse with Zio and Furs. "Honorable Miss Audrey, why have you summoned us here?" Zio retracted her gaze and took the initiative to ask. Most of her recent income came from Audrey. Audrey was honest and generous. She was a rare good employer. "I seem to smell the scent of ink from banknotes again. I hope it's not a difficult mission." Miss Audrey is perfect in every aspect except for one thing. Every mission is surprising and extremely dangerous. Zio thought with anticipation and trepidation. She couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Furs and realized that her companion, who was disguised as a maidservant, was looking at her. The expressions reflected in their eyes were so similar. Audrey held her gloves and smiled in a reserved and elegant manner. "It's a simple commission this time." As she spoke, she gestured with her eyes for Zio and Furs to open Susie's leather bag. Zio, who had always been known for her mobility, immediately took 2 steps forward, bent down, and reached out with her hand. During this short process, she had wanted to stroke Susie's head to express her goodwill, but just as she extended her right palm, Susie had already turned her head and body halfway, sending the leather bag to her. "I'm usually very popular with animals. For example, mosquitoes." Zio maintained her expression as she unzipped the bag and took out a stack of paper from the leather bag. She stood up straight and opened it to take a look. She realized that it depicted a young man with an ordinary face, but his neatly combed hair, round glasses, and brown eyes that contained a mocking smile made him look abnormally familiar. "I've definitely seen him somewhere before." Zio looked down and saw the corresponding text. Former name, Lenevis. Wanted swindler. "I know where I've seen him." Zio immediately came to a realization and nearly slapped her forehead in an inelegant manner. Before she met Audrey, one of her main sources of income was flipping through newspapers and researching wanted posters. With the help of her connections in the East Boroughs gangs, she would be able to find valuable criminals. "I once thought of looking for this Lenevis. His bounty is £100, and he took away more than £10,000 in cash. However, I was busy with Miss Audrey's commission and forgot about this matter." Zio and Furs looked at each other and frankly said, "How much was the commission? How much was the commission? How much was the commission?" Audrey was taken aback. She had completely forgotten about the payment, because from her point of view, this was a test from Mr. Fool. How could a test give money to the other party? £100? Audrey deliberated and gave a number. "Deal." Zio and Furs replied in unison. If they could capture Lenevis, not only would they receive Miss Audrey's £100, but they would also receive a bounty of the same amount. What a good mission! Zio's eyes lit up as she casually asked, "Why are you looking for this swindler? Did he cheat you of your money? I don't even know who he is." "It's indeed a simple commission, and it's done for £100. There's no need to tell Mr. Fool about this. It's only £100. With a polite smile, Audrey ignored Zio's question and mentioned, "I received news that he's in Bakeland. I received news that he's in Bakeland." "Ah yes, there are more than a dozen portraits here, different portraits. I considered that Lenevis would definitely disguise himself, so I gave him a portrait of him without glasses, a beard, and a changed hairstyle." I guessed it. I'm also very good at sketching and oil painting." Audrey raised her chin slightly. Zio immediately forgot her doubts and said in pleasant surprise, "That's really good news." She could almost see the £200 bounty waving at her. The mysterious person she had met at Mr. A's gathering had yet to establish contact with her, so she could only continue her business of earning money. Audrey nodded indiscernibly and pondered. "Are there any clues about psychological alchemy?" Furs combed her long curly hair and glanced at Viscount Glaint, who was listening by the side. "I recently joined a new Beyonder gathering. It's said that the Spectator and Telepathist potion formulas appeared there. I suspect that there are people from that gathering who specialize in psychological alchemy. When there's another gathering, I'll make an application to bring you along." "All right." Audrey deliberately didn't hide her joy. She had just read Zio and Furs's true state of mind from their aura, body language, and subtle expressions. From there, she determined their enthusiasm for the mission, and they hadn't lied about psychological alchemy. Viscount Glaint mumbled, "Audrey's matter is about to succeed. Audrey's matter is about to succeed. Where's my apothecary formula?" "There really aren't any clues for now. The apothecary pathway is mostly in the south, in the Fainapotter kingdom. Furs made a gesture of deep regret. All right, I'm still young. I'm only in my early 20s. I still have time to wait, Glaint replied humorously. All right, thank you for your help. See you next time. Audrey bowed gracefully, put on her gloves, mounted her horse, and rode along the track. Susie followed behind happily, as if she had found a way to play. As he had stayed up all night doing experiments, it was already 9:34 on Tuesday morning when Klein woke up. He ate a piece of bread with butter in his mouth, put on his coat and hat, and hurried out the door. He wrote on the guest book hanging beside the bell's drawstring, "Master is out and will be back after 5 in the afternoon." Actually, he didn't have anything to do. It was purely to guard against Mr. Miller Carter's sudden visit. If the other party were to discover that the detective hired for a total of £50 wasn't busy searching for information, organizing manpower, or confirming the layout of the building, but was instead leisurely drinking tea at home and reading newspapers and novels, he would definitely revoke the commission and not pay the remaining £40. I really don't have anything to do. I'll just wait for Miss Justice's information. Klein stood at the end of the street, looking at the haze in the sky as he muttered to himself helplessly. He had already decided last night where he would spend the day. In the morning, he would go to the Quelag Club to practice shooting, read the newspapers, and get a free lunch. In the afternoon, he would take a nap and train his body through squash and other sports. When the Bravehearts bar opened, he would take a bus there and see if he could learn more about Beyonder gatherings from Casper's. Klein didn't plan on looking for Merrick. Although he definitely had more than one Beyonder circle, he was afraid that Miss Bodyguard belonged to one of those circles. It wouldn't be convenient for him to sell the potion formula, as it would arouse a high degree of suspicion. Since the true creator gave me the ability to divine and a strong body, would he also give me a potion formula that I can't use? It's impossible just thinking about it. Klein filled in the blanks with his imagination as he boarded the public carriage to Hillston More than half an hour later, he entered the Quelag Club and saw an acquaintance. It was the equestrian teacher, Talum Dumont, who had recommended him to the club. He was a good friend of Mary Gale. Talum, who was wearing a black woolen coat and had short, curly brown hair, came over. He sized up Klein and said with a strange smile, "Good morning. Mary and Daragu are in the midst of a divorce. Is he suspecting why I joined the club?" Relying on his clown powers, Klein easily made a surprised expression. "Is that so? That's really surprising." Talum gave him a deep, suspicious look and suddenly smiled. "I have a friend who has been troubled by something recently. I want to know how good your marksmanship and combat skills are." "A commission? It's only asking about marksmanship and combat skills, and there's no mention of reasoning. This is a commission that involves violence." Klein smiled. "I happen to be planning on going to the shooting range to practice my marksmanship. You can follow me and take a look, but combat requires an opponent to see my level." Chapter 272. Bang, bang, bang. Klein held the revolver he had rented from the Quelag Club with one hand and continuously pulled the trigger, accurately hitting the target. The worst was at least 8 rings. After being fed with many bullets, coupled with the control he had over his body after becoming a clown, his marksmanship was quite good. "If I continue practicing like this for a few more months, I can be called a sharpshooter." Klein opened the cylinder in satisfaction and shook out the shell. As the shells clattered to the ground, he turned his head to look at Talum Dumont and asked with a smile, "Are you satisfied?" "Very good." The equestrian teacher, Talum, had already taken off his black tweed coat and light gray sweater. He assumed a boxing stance and said, "Come on, let me get to know your fighting standards. I can honestly tell you that I've been training as a trainee knight since I was young, and I've never neglected it. As a Beyonder, if I can't even defeat an ordinary man who has only received training, then I'm not human anymore." Klein lampooned. Without taking off his double-breasted frock coat, he put away his revolver, took 2 steps to the side, and gestured to Talum that he could begin. Initially, he wanted to beckon with his finger to spice up the atmosphere, but when he thought of the other party's strength, he couldn't be bothered to waste his energy. Talum was a little excited about this. He jumped a few times on the spot, took a few quick steps forward, and threw a right punch. Klein blocked and grabbed with his left hand. He bent down and twisted his waist, stretched out his right palm, and smoothly performed a back throw. Thump! Talum flew out and landed on his back. In the end, Klein didn't exert any strength. He only used inertia to throw Talum off his body. Amazing! Talum quickly stood up and gave a thumbs up. As expected of a famous detective. Your marksmanship and combat skills are excellent. I only defeated a weakling like you. How can you tell that my fighting level is very high? Klein cursed inwardly and asked with a smile, now that we understand, can you tell me what commission your friend wants to do? He'll be at the club soon. You guys chat amongst yourselves. Talum rubbed his back. I don't know what the commission is exactly. By the way, he's a reporter, Mike Joseph of the Daily Observer. He probably wants short-term protection. All right. Klein didn't ask any more questions. He continued to practice with his gun, but not only with the revolver, but also with the hunting rifle, the single-shot rifle, and the repeating rifle. He hoped that he would be able to quickly master all the firearms around him in the future. When it was almost 12 o'clock, he returned to the first floor and entered the cafeteria. He took a roast chicken and a fried steak, as well as the club's limited supply of cream cheese lobster. After putting these things away, Klein took out Fena Potter paella, fruit salad, oyster clear soup, and marquee black tea. In the face of this sumptuous lunch, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva and praise the goddess in his heart. If I were to eat outside, this meal would probably cost me 3 soldi. Klein alternated between a silver knife, fork, and spoon as he ate contentedly. Just as he was about to finish the food on the table, Talum Dumont led a man in a heavy coat and half-top hat over. Detective Moriarty, this is the friend I mentioned, Mike Joseph. Mike, this is the famous detective, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Talum smiled as he introduced both parties. Nice to meet you. Mike took off his hat and bowed. He looked to be in his 30s. His eyebrows were relatively sparse, his skin was rather rough, and his pores were abnormally obvious. However, his facial features weren't bad. His blue eyes were especially charming, and with his beautiful mustache, he had a mature charm. Klein couldn't help but touch the stubble around his lips that had thickened. He got up and invited the man to sit down. He smiled and said, "Today's cream cheese lobster isn't bad. You can give it a try." All right. Mike Joseph didn't decline. He took the tray, circled around, and took out a lot of food. He was in a hurry and hasn't had lunch yet, Talum explained on his friend's behalf with a smile as he placed a stack of newspapers on the dining table. I can tell. Klein put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and leisurely drank his black tea. He was very satisfied with the meal he had just had. At this moment, Mike Joseph walked back with 2 plates of food. He quickly ate a few mouthfuls to fill his stomach before looking up at Klein. Detective Moriarty, have you heard about the recent serial murders? The ones who removed the organs? Klein's heart stirred as he asked briefly. Talum nodded and sighed with emotion. Sure enough, every detective is paying attention to this serial murder case. Mike took out one of the newspapers and pushed it to Klein. This is the latest report. Klein took it and saw that it was from the Daily Observer, where Mike worked. Their headline read, 11. Another lady had been killed. Civilau's yard is helpless. The headquarters of the Bakeland Police Department was on Civilau Street at the edge of Queens, so they were also nicknamed Civilau's Yard. 11. It's the 11th case? Klein resisted the urge to frown and continued reading in puzzlement. He found that it was indeed the same as the one he had encountered. The target was a woman wearing a gorgeous dress and had her organs removed by disembowelment. This was a case with obvious traces of devil worship. Civilau's Yard must have handed it over to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind teams. They have divination, spirit channeling, and all kinds of strange and effective beyonder means. Why haven't they solved the case and caught the criminal yet? That fellow has rich anti-detection abilities and destroyed the souls of the deceased? Or could it be that the souls of the deceased were taken away along with their organs, as required for a devil ritual? He can definitely interfere with divination. That's right, if a beyonder of the devil pathway doesn't have such abilities, how would they dare to commit serial murders? Klein thoughtfully said to Mike Joseph, "You want to do a private investigation? I'm sorry, but I can't take over. Without an invitation from the police, I can't take over. I have to maintain a good relationship with them." The so-called good relationship is the relationship of inviting me to the police station for tea. Klein lampooned himself. The real reason he refused was that it was easy to encounter official beyonders if he was involved in the investigation of the serial murders. Among them might be the Nighthawks of the Church of the Goddesses Bakelin Diocese. No, it's not an investigation. No, to be precise, it's not an investigation to find the murderer. I just want to complete my report, Mike Joseph explained after swallowing the prawn meat. Report? Klein asked leisurely as he put down the white porcelain teacup and clasped his hands together. Mike Joseph said, "Yes. If you buy the Daily Observer tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, you will see my in-depth report on this serial murder case. The most important part of it is to reveal the commonalities of the victims and remind similar groups of people to pay attention." "Oh, what commonalities do they have?" Klein asked curiously. Mike took a sip of his coffee and said, "Apart from being female and wearing colorful dresses, there's another very important commonality. I did an in-depth investigation of the victims' occupations and discovered something interesting. Some of them are maids, some are textile workers, some are tailors, and some are female teachers. On the surface there's no overlap, but in fact they were once street girls." "Street girls? Female teachers?" Klein asked in surprise. In the kingdom of Rouen, teachers were part of the middle class. The lowest salary was £2 a week, which was enough for a lady to live a pretty good life. There was no need for her to be a street girl. Mike twitched the corner of his mouth and sighed. It was in the past. Before they found a job that could support themselves, they might have had a very difficult time. I previously did a survey. In Backland, 1/6 of women between the ages of 15 to 55 are or have been street girls in the past. This is our country. All foreigners will be surprised when they come here. It's a very conservative country, a bustling metropolis, but it's filled with street girls. Note 1H. This number is a little exaggerated. If it's true, it can only be said that reality is more exaggerated than fiction. This darn world. Klein clicked his tongue. After some thought, he deliberately said, "The next question is, how did the murderer know that the victims were once street girls? They didn't have any labels on them, so you would need to do an in-depth investigation to discover it." As expected of a great detective. "This might be a clue," Mike Joseph answered, unsurprised. "No, if it's a beyonder of the devil pathway, then the standard he chooses might be those who appear to have fallen but haven't completely fallen. And they should have a keen intuition when it comes to corruption. They might even be able to directly see the corresponding deep color. Coupled with the colorful dress as a trigger, the target is basically locked onto." Klein answered himself inwardly before asking, "What's wrong?" He then asked, "Then, what else do you want to investigate?" Mike nodded. "In these 11 cases, 10 of the ladies were once street girls, but there's one who isn't. She's still a prostitute. Yes, it's the youngest, the 16-year-old Sieber. This seems very strange, very strange." I want to go to the Golden Rose, which is the place where she works, to do an in-depth investigation to see if I can discover anything. I'm worried that my inquiries will anger the people there, so I plan on getting you to protect me temporarily. You don't need to teach them a lesson. All you need to do is to protect me when I escape at the most critical moment. If nothing happens, I'll pay you £1. If there's a fight, I'll raise it to £5. What do you think? Klein smiled. I'll give you an answer after I wash my hands. He bowed politely and slowly walked to the bathroom. Then, he tossed a coin and received an affirmative answer. Chapter 273. Sherwood Borough, 19 Hope Street. This place was close to the Tussock River that passed through Bakeland. Pedestrians could see the slightly turbid but abnormally wide water through the gaps between the houses. The Daily Observer reporter, Mike Joseph, got off the carriage and pointed at the 3-story grayish-blue building in front of him. He said to Klein, who was wearing a black double-breasted frock coat, half-top hat, and gold-rimmed glasses, "That's Golden Rose. It's the best legal brothel in Sherwood Borough and Bakeland Bridge. It opens at 3 in the afternoon every day and stays open until 2 in the morning." The best legal brothel in Sherwood Borough and Bakeland Bridge? That is to say, there are better ones in these two boroughs that aren't legal? Klein mumbled silently as he glanced at the building's entrance. There was a golden rose embedded in it, but it didn't have the so-called signboard. "This shouldn't be considered a street girl, right?" he replied casually. "Of course, it's of a higher grade." Mike led Klein to the building with great familiarity and pushed open the door. The moment he entered, Klein smelled a slightly pungent mixed fragrance and heard a soothing but ambiguous melody. He instinctively surveyed the area and discovered that there were thugs in black coats and half-top hats standing on both sides of the entrance and in every corner of the hall. As a place that operated legally, these were clearly used to deal with drunkards and boorish men. There were all kinds of sofas and chairs around the Golden Hall. There was even a piano, and there was a dancing area in the middle. At this moment, ladies with blonde or brown hair, pale yellow or black dresses, and complicated, simple or gorgeous dresses were sitting in different spots. Some of them were mature and charming, some shy and young, some youthful and alluring, and some rather beautiful. These ladies were either holding their cheeks as they enjoyed the melody, chatting and laughing with each other, quietly flipping through newspapers and magazines, or dancing with the men. Because it was only 3:30 in the afternoon, there were not many customers. At first glance, it looked more like a formal ball than a brothel. If it's after 8 p.m., you can see some interesting performances. If you fancy a lady, you can invite her to dance and ask her how much to the beautiful melody. If both parties can reach an agreement, you can go to one of the rooms on the 2nd or 3rd floor and have a wonderful time. As long as you're willing to spend money, you can sleep here for an entire night. Mike tilted his head left and right. Suddenly, he was no longer as calm and gentlemanly as before. He became slightly frivolous. He walked into the hall with a smile and approached a young girl who was at most 15 or 16 years old. Was he showing his true nature, or was this a professional performance? Klein was a little dumbfounded as he followed behind Mike Joseph. The victim, Sibyl, was only 16 years old. Theoretically speaking, a girl of a similar age is more likely to be her friend and no more, Mike explained in a low voice. He immediately raised his slightly sparse eyebrows and resumed his normal voice. "Which lady have you taken a fancy to?" "I'm just your bodyguard," Klein replied according to normal logic. Mike nodded indiscernibly and suddenly smiled. "I'm not used to people watching when I do that kind of thing. I'll guard the door." Klein understood what Mike meant and assumed a strict and professional posture. Mike didn't say anything else. He came in front of the young girl, bent down, and extended his hand to invite her to dance. To become a prostitute at this age, Bakeland is really glamorous and dirty. There's actually a middle-aged gentleman with a good temperament visiting this place. His sideburns are all white. Klein lowered his hands and stood straight as he watched Mike and the young girl dance slowly in the middle. After a few minutes, Mike walked back and said to Klein with a slightly vexed expression, "Don't worry. It's too expensive." When the two of them got closer, he added in a low voice, "That girl knows Cybele, but the boss here, Ms. Lopez, forbids them from communicating with others about this. Otherwise, they will be severely punished." Oh my God, that poor girl even shivered instinctively when she mentioned the punishment. I can imagine how terrifying it is. Klein sighed sympathetically but helplessly. He suppressed his voice and asked, "So, what do you plan to do?" "I don't want to cause trouble for those girls. I plan to go straight to Ms. Lopez." Mike patted Klein on the shoulder. "Protect me." Klein turned his body to the side and solemnly reminded him, "If you encounter a dangerous situation, you must listen to me. Do you understand? Listen to me." Okay. Mike raised his hands to his shoulders and nodded. As he spoke, he walked towards the single sofa in the corner. There sat a charming lady in a gorgeous dress with heavy makeup. "If you don't want to give up after the dance and embarrass yourself in front of those girls, I suggest that you talk to Ms. Lopez first and figure out the price of different girls." Mike raised his voice. When the lady heard their conversation, she turned her head and looked over. She slowly stood up and smiled. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Lopez. Do you have any girls you like?" "Yes." Mike suddenly sized her up and chuckled. "I admire you very much. I admire you very much too. You act like you're at home in such a place." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Lopez's expression froze for a second before she faked a smile and said, "Sorry, I'm not feeling well today." "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today. You should know that women will feel unwell every month." Seeing that he couldn't get Lopez to talk to him in the room, Mike fell silent for a few seconds before he suddenly turned serious. "Ms. Lopez, I'm a reporter. I want to ask you about Cybele. This is my ID." Lopez's expression immediately darkened as she replied impatiently, "I've already told the police what I know. I've already told the police what I know. You should go to them. Cybele was a homeless orphan. She was adopted by me. That night, she accepted a guest's invitation to spend the night at the guest's house. She died on the way back in the morning. All right, please leave. Or invite a lady to dance." As she spoke, Lopez waved her hand for the two thugs beside her to come over. Klein took a step forward and stood in front of Mike Joseph, protecting him as he returned to the hall. When the two thugs saw this, they didn't rashly chase them away. After taking a few steps, Klein lowered his voice and said, "She's lying. She's lying." "Oh!" Mike turned his head in surprise. "When she speaks, her eyes are wandering. She doesn't dare to look at you directly, but she will secretly size you up. This means that she's lying and observing your reaction. In addition, her standing posture is very defensive, and she looks very anxious." Klein gave his analysis. Mike gaped and sighed after a few seconds. "You really are a great detective. Only when you have both sharp observation skills and outstanding reasoning skills can you discover these useful details. This is only because I activated my spirit vision and noticed that Lopez's emotional color isn't right. The rest are all excuses." Klein smiled and said, "Thank you for your compliment. Thank you for your compliment. We should go now." Mike Joseph turned back to look at Lopez and realized that she was walking towards the side door of the hall, as though she was going to her lounge. And the side door was in a corner. It was very quiet, and many people in the hall couldn't see what was happening there. There were also two thugs guarding it. "Perhaps we should follow Ms. Lopez and observe her reaction. Perhaps her anxiety will make her do something." Mike suddenly turned his head to look at Klein. "Can you quickly finish off those two thugs?" "Sir, I'm only responsible for protecting you, and it's illegal," Klein replied with a smile. "I'll pay more. If there's a fight, it'll be a total of £5. If there's still a fight when we escape, it'll be £10. Mike Joseph gritted his teeth. Deal. Klein extended his hand and shook the other party's hand. Following that, the two circled around, avoiding the two thugs from before, and quietly arrived near the side door. Guests, please leave this place. One of the thugs stepped forward and stopped Klein and Mike Joseph. Sorry, we'll immediately. Klein bowed politely and apologized. At that moment, his right fist suddenly punched out, landing heavily on the thug's abdomen. The thug instinctively covered his abdomen and bent his body into a bow. As for Klein, who had straightened up again, he raised his left palm and struck the back of the thug's head. But the thug fell to the ground and fainted. His companion clearly hadn't expected such a situation. He watched in a daze, unable to react in time. Klein immediately slid over, covered his mouth with his right palm, and punched his abdomen with his left. Bam! The thug suddenly bent over and spat out the undigested food. Klein retracted his right hand in time and struck down vertically. At the same time, he supported the other party with his left hand, allowing the thug to slowly fall to the ground without a thud. After exchanging glances, Klein twisted the handle, pushed open the side door, and dashed in. Mike Joseph lowered his body and quickly followed. Why are you so skilled? You're just a reporter. As Klein cursed inwardly, his footsteps were light but fast as he walked down the floor-covered corridor. Suddenly, they heard Lopez's voice. Tell Capim not to send anyone over for the time being. Capim? Send someone over? Klein looked at Mike beside him and found that he was equally confused. At that moment, they heard Lopez's footsteps coming down the corridor again. Let's go. Klein grabbed Mike and ran toward the entrance without looking back. In the process, he closed the side door and broke the lock so that the person inside wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Then, the two of them pretended as if nothing had happened and quickly walked through the hall. They approached the exit and left amidst the indistinct sounds of anger. When they reached the street outside, Mike heaved a sigh of relief and praised sincerely. I've experienced many similar situations, but none as simple and easy as today. Thank you. I have to go back and find out who Capim is. As he spoke, he took out his wallet, took out a 5-pound note, and muttered, But frankly, your price is really expensive. But frankly speaking, your price is really expensive. It's equivalent to half a week's salary. But you can claim it, can't you? The corners of Klein's mouth curled up in response, then he asked worriedly, Aren't you afraid that Lopez will find your news agency based on your ID and call the police to arrest you? That's a fake ID. Mike Joseph spread his hands in a practiced manner. Klein could only express his deep admiration. After watching Mike get on the car and leave, he walked diagonally across the street and waited for the public carriage, paying close attention to see if anyone chased after him. At that moment, a rental carriage slowly drove over and stopped in front of him. A middle-aged man in a black coat walked out of the carriage and nodded at Klein. He had blue eyes, a thin face, and graying sideburns. It was the old gentleman Klein had seen at Golden Rose. He's not a customer of Golden Rose. Just like us. This realization suddenly flashed through Klein's mind. Hello, I'm Detective Eichinger Stanton, who is assisting the police in handling this case. Can we have a chat? The middle-aged man pointed at the carriage. Chapter 274. Detective? He's in the same line of work. However, for him to be able to assist the police department in handling such a serious case, it means that he's a truly famous detective. At the very least, he's very famous within Civilau's yard. Shouldn't the serial murders be handed over to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind? The police department could just send out some assistants. Why would they need to hire a private detective? The 11 consecutive murders must have caused a sensation, and the Civilau's market was under a lot of pressure. Did they not want to wait in torment? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind in an instant, but a smile appeared on his face. All right. He boarded the carriage hired by Eichinger Stanton and saw a capable, brown-haired young man inside. "This is my assistant," Eichinger, whose face was thin and angular, introduced. "Please sit." He did not close the door of the carriage, nor did he let the coachman drive the horses forward, to show that he did not mean any harm. Klein deliberately sat down awkwardly and asked uneasily, "Mr. Stanton, what would you like to talk to me about?" Eichinger took out a dark-colored pipe and said, "I want to know what you learned from following Ms. Lopez. What did you hear or discover?" "This. I'm also a detective. You should know that we have a confidentiality agreement in this line of work," Klein replied, pretending to be troubled. "I'm asking you on behalf of Civilau's Yard. This has nothing to do with the confidentiality agreement." Eichinger rubbed his pipe with his thumb. £1, how about £2? With the lesson from the previous Massault incident, coupled with the fact that there was no need to keep it a secret, Klein immediately replied without hesitation, "Sure." "All right." Eichinger smiled and took out 2 £1 notes from his pocket. Klein pretended to recall and calmly said, "We only heard one sentence. M. Lopez tried to send a subordinate to tell Capim not to send anyone over for the time being." "Capim?" Eichinger nodded in realization. "I see. You know Capim?" Klein didn't hide his surprise. Eichinger handed the bill over and said with a faint smile, "He's a controversial tycoon in Sherwood Borough. In Backlund, naive girls often go missing on secluded streets, and after a long period of time, they might be accidentally found in various legal or illegal brothels. A large number of rumors point to Capim, saying that he's a criminal leader whose hands are covered in blood and filth. But as there isn't enough evidence, he's still free to this day, and he knows quite a few important figures. If it's true, this guy should die 10,000 times." Klein nodded and sighed. "This is Rouen. This is Bakeland. Mr. Stanton, it's time for me to leave. Thank you for your cooperation." Eichinger stood up politely to see him off. "By the way, your combat skills are quite outstanding. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to work together in the future. How should I address you?" "Sherlock Moriarty," Klein answered concisely and got out of the carriage. After he boarded the public carriage that had just arrived, Eichinger Stanton got his assistant to close the door and instructed the coachman to go to Hillston Borough. Turning his head to look out the window, this middle-aged gentleman with white sideburns put away his dark pipe and took out a brass accessory from his pocket. He held it in his hand and slowly rubbed it. The brass accessory was a pocket-sized open book with a vertical eye in the middle. He wears very refined gold-rimmed glasses, but he deliberately keeps a beard around his mouth, making him look vulgar and barbaric. This doesn't match the normal way of thinking. In this day and age, people who are willing to wear gold-rimmed glasses tend to care about their image, the image of knowledge and elegance. Perhaps he's deliberately hiding something. Of course, it's also possible that he's a gentleman with an unusual sense of beauty. Eichinger seemed to be muttering to himself, but at the same time, he seemed to be teaching his assistant. At that moment, on the public carriage, Klein leaned against the wall and muttered silently, "There's something wrong with that detective Eichinger Stanton. There's something wrong with that detective Isengard Stanton. Ever since I activated my spirit vision, he's been maintaining the blue color of rational thought and indifference and the purple color of spirituality. There are very few other emotional colors that appear. For a normal person, unless they're focused on researching a difficult problem, it's very difficult to maintain such a state for too long. There will definitely be other emotional colors, and the only difference is how long they stay. Either Detective Eichinger Stanton is such a genius at observation and deduction, or he's a beyonder." The public carriage was split into 2 levels, and it carried more than 40 passengers as it headed towards the Bakeland Bridge area. Klein gradually reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze out the window, admiring the 2 to 3 story buildings across the street. Occasionally, he would see brown houses of 5 to 6 stories high, a sign of the latest trends in Bakeland and the most advanced construction technology in the kingdom. After changing carriages, Klein arrived at Iron Gate Street and got off the carriage opposite the Brave. Because it wasn't the busiest time in the bar, he saw Caspers sitting at the bar and drinking as soon as he walked in. The old man with a brandy nose asked for a glass of Lanty Proof. He savored the fragrance of the malt and the burning sensation that stimulated his throat. He narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Klein leaned over, knocked on the bar counter, and asked with a smile, "Is Merrick here?" At the same time, he put one hand in his pocket and held on to Aztec's copper whistle, using his spirituality to shield its negative effect. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a gaze sweeping over him, filled with a scrutinizing feeling. After he finished asking, his gaze moved away and seemed to be looking at Caspers. The old man with a huge scar on his face opened his eyes and saw that it was Klein. He said unhappily, "He didn't come. He didn't come yesterday either." Didn't come. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief and stopped using his spirituality to envelop Aztec's copper whistle. "When I mentioned Merrick just now, someone was looking at me. When I heard that I was asking about Merrick's whereabouts, the gaze shifted again. Someone is looking for Merrick." Klein resisted the urge to look back and analyzed the abnormality in his mind. Combined with a question he felt that he had a rough answer to the question. "I was puzzled last week. Why would Miss Bodyguard, who should be at Sequence 5, take on a 3-day protection mission that costs £1,000? It's not that the price is too low, but that someone of her level is already considered a powerhouse. In the Church of the Goddess, she's enough to serve as a Nighthawk deacon or a diocese bishop. If she can also obtain the favor of a holy artifact, she can even compete for the seats of an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon in the various secret organizations and intelligence agencies. Sequence 5 also means the person in charge of a large area or the second or third person in that area. Even if she's a wild and unorganized beyonder, a powerhouse with such strength is enough to establish a small organization of their own. No matter how you look at it, Miss Bodyguard can enjoy the dedication of her subordinate. There's no need for her to take on the mission herself. Back then, I thought that the most likely scenario was to hire a Sequence 6 beyonder, a security guard, who could hold out for a while against the powerhouses sent by Bakerland and create an opportunity for me. Who knew that Miss Bodyguard would be so terrifyingly strong? From what happened today, Miss Bodyguard and Merrick might be in the same situation as me. Their identities are sensitive and they have to hide. Yes, their situation might even be worse. They have to constantly worry about being pursued. Man, to be able to pursue Miss Bodyguard, even if that organization doesn't have a high sequence beyonder, they definitely have a holy artifact or multiple sequence 5s. Of course, this is just my guess. Perhaps it's because Merrick's identity as a beyonder has been exposed and he's been targeted by the machinery hive mind. Amidst his thoughts, Klein said regretfully, "Is that so? Is that so? I still want to play cards with him." Hearing these words that clearly didn't match the other party's style, Caspers became alert. He didn't observe his surroundings either. Instead, he chuckled and said, "I'll be organizing a card game tonight. Texas, do you want to join?" "No, I just want to play until dinner. Sigh, I'd better go home." Klein sighed and left the Brave without even ordering a drink. He had originally planned on asking Caspers about the other beyonder gatherings, but after this situation, he cautiously gave up on the idea. In fact, he could have gone to a relatively enclosed place like the card room to discuss the corresponding issues with Caspers, but to be safe, he decided to wait until next time. Klein wasn't in a hurry to go home either. Instead, he went to the one-bedroom apartment he rented in Eastborough and did a divination above the gray fog to confirm that no one was following him. After relaxing, he arrived at Minsk Street before it was completely dark and found that the newspaper box was filled with the various newspapers he had subscribed to. I was in a hurry to go out today, so I didn't have the time to read it. At the Quelleg Club, I had a good meal after practicing my marksmanship, took a nap, and was dragged by Talum to play a few games of tennis. My skills aren't good enough, but my physique can make up for it. Klein muttered silently, opened the door, entered the house, and turned on the gas valve. He took the newspapers, entered the living room, sat on the sofa, lit the wall lamp, and casually flipped through them. The first thing Klein browsed was the Bakelin Morning Post, and he flipped to the 5th page. He saw an advertisement for the Ernst firm's purchase of goods. The prices are 7 pence/liter of flour, 1 solely/pound of butter, 6 pence/pound of lard, 1 solely/pound of cream, 8 solely/pound of Marquis black tea. In other words, there will be a Beyonder gathering at the same place at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The secret code to open the door is to knock 7 times hard and 1 time light. The interval is 6 long and 1 short in sequence. The 3 and 8 at the end are meaningless. Klein deciphered the content, leaned back on the sofa, and began to look forward to tomorrow night's gathering. He wanted to sell a portion of the formula to see if he could buy the corresponding ingredients or items. Chapter 275. Wednesday night, 7:55 p.m. The back alley of the Bravehearts Bar. Klein followed his memory and finally found the dimly lit house after circling around for a while. He had put on a certain disguise today. He was wearing a grayish-blue worker's uniform and a cap. His face was covered in a beard, so that no one would associate him with the guy who had previously bought the black snake item and gambled on his luck. It's best if Eye of Wisdom and that fellow, the apothecary, don't recognize me. Otherwise, a newly advanced person who had become a Beyonder by luck would be able to produce several potion formulas in just a week. It's bound to be suspicious. Klein put his hands into his pockets and touched Aztec's copper whistle, ordinary tarot cards, and the replenished charms. His worker's uniform had also been specially modified by a tailor. There were many small pockets stuffed with small metal bottles, which contained herbal powder, extract essence, and other items. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Klein took out the iron mask that could only cover the upper half of his face from the inside of his clothes and completed the initial disguise. Then, with the help of his clown powers, he controlled his expression and the minute movements of his body, changed his walking posture, and numbed his facial nerves, in order to be clearly different from his past self. However, I don't know what Eye of Wisdom relies on to recognize people. This is all I can do. Sigh, if only I were already a faceless. But if that were the case, there would be no need for me to participate in such low-end Beyonder gatherings. Klein stood outside and calmed himself down for a few seconds. He raised his right hand and knocked on the door. 7 hard knocks, 1 light, 6 long knocks, and 1 short one. Without much waiting, the small wooden board on the door was pulled open silently. An eye appeared behind it, scrutinizing the visitor. 2 or 3 seconds later, the door creaked open, and the attendant of Eye of Wisdom handed a hooded black robe to Klein. Klein maintained an expressionless state as he quickly put on the robe and pulled down the hood, allowing the shadows to cover his face. On the way to the activity room, he deliberately adopted an unaccustomed pace and tried his best to eliminate the awkwardness. In the dark and deep room with only a single candle flickering gently, there were already quite a number of members at the gathering. Klein didn't choose a corner seat like before. Instead, he openly sat on a high stool near the center. In short, his outward appearance had to be different from the previous 2 times. And this was precisely the area where a clown's ability to reflect himself in his mind and gain initial control over himself. The living room was so quiet that it was almost frozen. Time passed. Finally, Eye of Wisdom looked at the clock on the wall and said in an aged voice, "That's not right. Let's begin. There's no need to wait for our late friend." Just as he said that, Klein immediately said in a hoarse voice, "I want to sell the potion formulas." Sequence 9 Bard and Sequence 8 Light Suppliant of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday, £220 for the former and £450 for the latter. This was the most suitable plan after some thought. Spectator and Telepathist involved the Church of Psychological Alchemy, a secret organization that was rather active in the kingdom of Rouen and Bakeland. If he were to take them out rashly, it might attract their attention. And the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun was blocked outside the kingdom of Rouen by the Church of the Lord of Storms. The corresponding Beyonders rarely appeared in Bakeland, and there was almost nothing they could do. It was a very safe choice. The potion of the seer pathway involved Klein himself, so he naturally didn't want to expose his characteristic. After experiencing and witnessing Beyonder battles so many times, he gradually came to a realization. Beneath the high-sequence Beyonders, Beyonders of different pathways had their own characteristics and were different. In other words, they each had their strengths and weaknesses. Furthermore, their strengths and weaknesses were very obvious. The strong were indeed strong, and the weak were rather weak. For example, the spectator pathway lacked the ability to engage in head-on combat. However, if one were to ignore them and unknowingly be led astray, then no matter how strong one's combat skills and Beyonder skills were, it was possible for one to die without even knowing why. A clear example was Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. He clearly had the mystical item, Creeping Hunger, and his overall combat strength had reached Sequence 5, but he still died a baffling death. Most of the credit was due to Azek's strength, but one couldn't ignore the role of a spectator. It was precisely because most Beyonder jobs below high-sequence Beyonders had distinct characteristics but obvious weaknesses, such as weak bodies. Therefore, if one could conceal their strengths and figure out the enemy's situation ahead of time, and make effective arrangements to target their weaknesses, it wasn't impossible for the weak to defeat the strong. Under extreme circumstances, there was a very small chance of a Sequence 9 killing a Sequence 5. Of course, this example was a perfect hypothesis. In reality, it was almost impossible. A Sequence 5 was already considered a powerhouse, and the corresponding Beyonder powers had their own magical aspects. Strengths could effectively cover up weaknesses. It was very difficult for those below Sequence 6 to affect them. On the other hand, many Beyonders below high-sequence Beyonders were afraid of being besieged, even if their opponents were all below their own sequence. This was because once they were flustered and failed to attend to one thing, their weaknesses would become a fatal factor. These problems were also the reason why shepherds were ranked first below high-sequence Beyonders. They were too well-rounded. If their Beyonder powers were combined and matched well enough, they had almost no weaknesses. When I advance to Sequence 7, I'll have all sorts of magical Beyonder powers. Then, even if I encounter a Sequence 6, I'll be able to fight them head-on for a while. I might even have a chance of winning. If I encounter a Sequence 5, I'll also have a chance of escaping. Amidst his thoughts, Klein looked around, hoping that someone would speak. If Bard and Light Suppliant can't be sold, then I'll have to settle for the next best thing. I'll consider Spectator and Telepathist, as well as the knowledge of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation. I definitely can't sell the formulas of my own pathway, nor the Demonis pathway. That will cause many tragedies. Be it an instigator or a witch, they're the type that have to actively do evil. Klein felt a little uneasy, but he remained expressionless as he waited. Actually, I can consider buying it. At this moment, the chubby apothecary laughed. I can take in another apprentice and give him these two formulas. I'll get him to specifically pray for my herbs to be illuminated. Perfect! How extravagant! His words broke the momentary silence in the room. In the corner, a man with his hood pulled down deliberately said in a sharp voice, "Perhaps I can give it to my child. At the very least, he'll be stronger than my sequence." Sequence 9,200 pounds. Sequence 8,400 pounds. If you agree, then it's a deal. To be able to fork out £600 in one go, he's quite rich. That's enough to buy a house in Tingen. Klein pretended to think as he looked at the other members of the gathering to observe their reactions. Seeing that no one had the urge to raise the price, and that the other party's offer had reached his bottom line, Klein deliberated for a moment before saying, "I have an additional request. You can't sell these two formulas at this gathering. Feel free to sell them anywhere else." The man said sharply, All right, Mr. Eye of Wisdom will bear witness." Klein didn't know how to prove that the formulas were real, but he didn't want to ask and expose the fact that he hadn't attended many gatherings. All he could do was silently pull up his robe, take out the two potion formulas that he had long written, and hand them to the attendant beside him. The attendant didn't walk to the corner, but to the sofa in the middle, and handed the folded paper to Eye of Wisdom. The old gentleman spread out the paper, but he didn't take a second look at it. He placed it on the small round table beside him. Following that, he took out a handkerchief, wiped his right palm, and took out a ring that looked like it was embedded with many fine diamonds from his pocket. The ring's design was complicated and exquisite. In the middle, there was a green gem that looked like an eye. Just looking at it from afar made Klein's head swell and his body feel uncomfortable. It was the same feeling he had when he saw the math test papers. Eye of Wisdom solemnly wore the ring on his right middle finger, then closed his eyes, as if he was preparing something. Suddenly, the emerald on the ring emitted a brilliant gold, a gold that resembled sunlight. Eye of Wisdom quickly stretched out his right hand, allowing the gem to touch the potion formula that Klein had written. The golden beams became purer and purer, finally turning into a projection that resembled a seal. "Real and effective," Eye of Wisdom announced in a deep voice. Then, he took off the ring, not daring to wear it for a second longer. "That tone sounds very much like a notary." "That ring is old Mr. Eye of Wisdom's best collection, sealed artifact 2-081? It simulated the powers of a notary?" Klein looked at it thoughtfully. He was quite envious. After the notarization, the transaction was quickly completed, and Klein received a thick stack of cash, all of which were £10 notes. After counting them 3 times, he didn't fold them into his pocket. Instead, he held them in his palm and waited for the next opportunity to spend them. He planned to observe for a while and confirm that there were no items he needed before asking to buy them. At this moment, the rotund apothecary looked around. "I brought some tranquilizers." Did he really bring it? I forgot about it. In order to be different from the past, Klein could only pretend that he wasn't there. After shouting a few times and seeing that no one responded, Apothecary muttered, "That guy didn't come this time? Maybe he died somewhere. Thank you for your blessings. But it's a good thing that you didn't recognize me." Klein heaved a sigh of relief. The apothecary habitually requested to buy the spring of the elves' marrow crystals again, but he still didn't find anything. After he temporarily shut his mouth, a lady with her face covered by a hood and 2 boxes by her feet said, "I have 2 weapons with Beyonder effects. Is this the lady who sold me the runic steel sword? My spiritual intuition as a seer tells me that she has 2 similar weapons. My spiritual intuition as a seer tells me that she has 2 similar weapons. She's backed by a Beyonder Arms group, right? Maybe she has an artisan backing her, also known as a mechanic, a Sequence 6 artisan of the Savant pathway." Klein looked over in anticipation. He had promised to give Sun a Beyonder weapon worth £500 to £700 that could effectively increase his combat strength. He didn't promise any specific type or characteristic. Therefore, as long as it was similar and could be used, he could buy it. After all, Sun wasn't picky. Chapter 276. The lady, whose face was covered by the shadow of her hood, surveyed the area and said, "The 2 weapons this time are easy to carry around. One of them is the Whip of Slowness. It's an imitation of a certain mystical item. It can constantly create invisible bindings to affect your opponent bit by bit, gradually slowing down his movement. The longer the battle goes on, the more obvious its effects will be. It can be used for another 2 years. 450 pounds, or the Barbarian Potion Formula. This whip sounds pretty good. It feels a little similar to the Demoness of Pleasure's spider silk powers. However, isn't it a little strange for Little Sun to use a whip? Klein asked with a hoarse voice, "What's the matter? Can such invisible bindings affect spirit-body creatures? For example, Wraith?" The lady slowly shook her head and said, "No." Without waiting for anyone to ask, she continued her introduction. The second weapon is called Axe of Hurricane. It can increase the user's movement frequency and running speed. It also has a 15% chance of producing a paralyzing effect on the enemy. There's a 5% chance of creating a bolt of lightning. If it's used in a thunderstorm, the chances of lightning appearing can be increased to 50%. This was all done through experiments and concluded from a large amount of data. The effects of this weapon can be maintained for no more than a year. 520 pounds, or the Barbarian Potion Formula. This is much better than the Whip of Slowness. If it wasn't for the fact that its Beyonder effects only last for a year, it probably wouldn't be worth that much. Yes, according to Little Sun's description and the scene I vaguely saw, there will be lightning streaking across the sky of the City of Silver and the surrounding area at any time. The high frequency is considered daytime, and the low frequency is considered nighttime. This is very close to a so-called thunderstorm environment. If it's really effective, then this Axe of Hurricane would be considered a true mystical item in Little Sun's hands. Every strike has a 50% chance of producing lightning. It's definitely powerful. Even if that doesn't work, just based on the most basic Beyonder effects of the Axe of Hurricane, it's a pretty good weapon. It suits Little Sun's needs very well. As for the problem of only being able to use it for a year, that's even easier to resolve. After a year, with Little Sun's digestion speed and the City of Silver's Beyonder resources, as long as he can keep up with the potion formula, he would at least be a Sequence 6. When that happens, his weapon would definitely be upgraded. As his thoughts raced, he was basically certain that he wanted to buy the Axe of Hurricane. At this moment, Apothecary mumbled, "An axe is easy to carry around? I feel like I've heard a joke. I think it might be more suitable as a wrench. I say, why can't you sell some pistols with Beyonder effects? I will try my best to collect similar items." The lady emphasized the word collect. "Well, friends who are willing to buy one of these 2 weapons, please bid." Before Klein could say anything, he heard a man at the edge of the sofa say, "Axe of Hurricane, 520 pounds. The lady waited for a few seconds before asking again, "Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" 530 pounds. Klein added 10 pounds. The man from before immediately replied, 550 pounds. This Little Sun, if he raises it to more than 600 pounds, I won't buy it. I'll change your whip. After deciding on a strategy, Klein shouted very calmly, "I'm going to kill you." 560 pounds. He tried his best to show that no matter what the other party offered, he would add an additional 10 pounds. And the 600 pounds he had just earned was just enough to give the other party an invisible pressure. Upon hearing the latest offer, the man at the edge of the sofa fell silent for a few seconds before shrugging his shoulders. "All right, it's yours." Phew. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Are there any other friends who would like to bid on the Axe of Hurricane?" The lady, whose face was completely covered by shadows, asked again. The activity room was silent. "Deal." The lady no longer hesitated and handed the box beside her right foot to the attendant who had approached. The attendant first let Eye of Wisdom appraise it before bringing it to Klein, cash in one hand and goods in the other. Putting away the remaining 4 10-pound notes, Klein opened the box and saw an axe that could be clipped to his back and clipped to his belt. It was iron black in color, thick and sturdy, with a sharp edge. In his spirit vision, there was an obvious aura color. It could be seen that the maker had used a lot of materials with spirituality. There were many symbols and magic labels on the surface of the axe. They were embedded inside, turning into patterns that resembled lightning and hurricanes. Klein reached out to touch it and felt a faint tingling sensation. He nodded and placed the box on his lap. It can be exchanged for the true roots and sap of the mist treant. My magician's is only short of the spinal fluid of the dark patterned black panther. I've earned quite a bit from my recent commissions. Together with my original savings and what I have left, I have a total of £209, 5 soldi and 5 pence. The corresponding Beyonder ingredient of sequence 7 is worth £500 to £700. I still have to sell the formula or knowledge. I'll take some time out this week to visit Leopard and confirm the progress of his bicycle invention. Klein stopped bidding and watched quietly. Later on, someone bought the Whip of Slowness for £480. As for a Beyonder ingredient called the Heart of a Featherman, no one was interested in it due to its high asking price of £1,600, so the transaction failed. According to his knowledge of mysticism, Klein knew that this Beyonder ingredient was classified as a sequence 6. Some of the subsequent transactions were successful, while others failed. There were fewer in the former and more in the latter. After all, most of the Beyonders who came to the gathering had a clear goal. They wouldn't waste money and resources, unlike Klein, who would accept anything with Beyonder effects and decent weapons. I want to sell the potion formula. Sequence 9, Corpse Collector, £230. Towards the end, a man sitting quietly in a corner said in a deep voice, "Corpse Collector? I remember that this potion formula is only available in the Church of the Goddess, the Church of the God of Combat, and the Charismatic Order. Could this be a Nighthawk who came under cover, or a member of the Charismatic Order who is trying to resurrect death? Of course, it's not strange for a low-sequence formula to be leaked to the outside world. This isn't very confidential information. I remember old Neil mentioning that the Corpse Collector formula has a dried black-spotted frog." Klein controlled his smile and looked ahead thoughtfully. He realized that the Corpse Collector potion formula was quickly sold. Sequence 9 potion formulas are easy to sell. Previously, there was a Sequence 8 Folk of Rage formula that failed to be sold several times. As for the light suppliant formula that I paired with a Sequence 9 Bard, it's relatively easy, that's right. If a typical Beyonder has money to spare, they would definitely search for Sequence 9 formulas to give their children and students more choices, allowing them to walk down a path that they're better at. Under this premise, if a Sequence 8 formula doesn't come with a basic Sequence 9, they can only wait for the corresponding Beyonder who is attempting to advance. And this might not happen even in a year or two. After all, the circle of Beyonders is very scattered, and most of them don't know the acting method. They still don't know the law of Beyonder characteristic indestructibility and conservation. Klein thought silently and didn't say a word. After another 15 or 16 minutes, seeing that the gathering was about to end, he asked tentatively, "Who has all the spinal fluid of a dark-patterned black panther?" Silence. No one in the living room spoke. Klein thought for a moment and added, "I'll give a reward that Beyonders can't refuse. For example, the law of Beyonder characteristics indestructibility and conservation. Unfortunately, I've already sworn to the goddess that I won't spread the acting method to others. I've already died once. I wonder if that oath has been rescinded." Klein forcefully retracted his wandering thoughts, but he still didn't hear anyone speak. "All right, next." He deliberately shrugged his shoulders, which he would not normally do. Apothecary coughed lightly. "I brought a lot of medicine. See if there's anything you want. They're not expensive. They're only a few pounds or even a few soldi." When the lady selling the Beyonder weapons heard this, she asked in puzzlement, "What's the matter? I want to know if the dangerous beasts in the sewers have been removed?" Apothecary immediately chuckled. "You asked the right person." After saying that, he spread his hands. "I don't know either. I haven't been to the sewers since I got someone to inform the police. Bro, you're asking for a beating. It must not have been easy for you to grow up so healthy. From the looks of it, choosing the apothecary profession was a very wise choice. Klein couldn't help but criticize inwardly in Mandarin. The lady took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and didn't say another word. When the strange medicine brought by the apothecary was almost sold out, Eye of Wisdom announced the end of the gathering. He arranged for Klein to be the fifth to leave through the secret passageway in the basement. From the looks of it, Eye of Wisdom didn't recognize me either. Klein took off his hooded robe in relief and threw it to the attendant. He walked out of the secret passageway and skillfully circled around. After confirming that there was no one following him, he took off his iron mask, left the secluded street, took the box containing the axe of Hurricane, and headed all the way to East Borough. East Borough's Black Palm Street. There were no gas lamps nearby, and it was like an abyss after dark. In a one-bedroom apartment in an apartment, Klein used a wall of spirituality to seal off the room, then he summoned himself and brought the axe of Hurricane above the gray fog. If it were any heavier, I wouldn't be able to carry it even if I had Mr. Aztec's copper whistle to strengthen my spirit body. I'd have to use a sacrificial ritual. Klein mumbled and sent a thought to the illusory star corresponding to the sun. The world has already sacrificed the weapon to me. You can prepare for the bestowment ritual. City of Silver. Upon seeing the gray fog and hearing Mr. Fool's instructions, Derek Berg immediately sat up and busied himself with his preparations. Before the bestowment ritual, he silently took out his knight's sword and made a few vertical slashes to ease the anticipation in his heart. I wonder if it will be a straight sword, a broadsword, or a greatsword. Derek subconsciously stopped his actions as he couldn't help but think. He subconsciously imagined himself using that powerful weapon. After a while, he saw the beyonder weapon that belonged to him during the ritual. It was an axe. Chapter 277. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Mr. World that I will gather the true roots and juice of the Miss Traiant as soon as possible. After receiving Sun's response, Klein nodded indiscernibly and muttered to himself. It looks like he's quite satisfied with the weapon. Even without the environment bonus, Axe of Hurricane is still pretty good. He had already transmitted the characteristics and restrictions of the Beyonder weapon to Sun in a written form. He didn't directly describe it because he didn't want to appear long-winded and maintain his image. After doing all of this, Klein didn't stay any longer. He immediately returned to the real world, changed his clothes, and left Black Palm Street. East Borough, Dharavi Street, in a cramped but lively tavern. Zio Dericha covered her nose and mouth as she squeezed her way in. To her, not only was this place filled with the fragrance of alcohol and the stench of sweat, but it was also easy for her to bump into people who were much taller than her. She had no choice but to face the person's armpit, and the rich smell was enough to make a normal person faint. After spending a lot of effort and even using her powers as an arbiter, Zio finally squeezed her way to the bar counter and saw the person she was looking for. It was a young man in his 20s. His face was thin like a horse, and his eyebrows were messy and fierce. However, his facial features were relatively gentle. He was gulping down alcohol, and from time to time, he would chat loudly with the customers around him. "Williams, I have something to talk to you about." Zio rapped heavily on the wooden table of the bar counter. This crude action immediately attracted angry glares, but they quickly shrank back under the arbiter's stern gaze. "Oh, Zio, I haven't seen you in days. Let me think. It's been a week, no, at least 3 weeks. Do you want a drink? Half and half?" The young man named Williams said in a drunken and surprised manner. Half and half was the most popular alcoholic beverage in East Borough. It was made from malt beer and fortified wine. As the two ingredients happened to be in similar proportions, it was nicknamed half and half. "Do you really want me to drink?" Zio pricked up her eyebrows. "No, he doesn't. The boss at the bar counter, who was wiping the glasses, hurriedly answered for Williams. He clearly remembered how lethal the girl opposite him was when she was drunk. She would use her fists to persuade the customers to quit drinking and throw them out one by one. Williams curled his lips and spread out his hands. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" He was one of the sources in East Borough and had connections with many gangs. Zio frowned. "Williams, can't you just stop drinking? Save up your money and marry a nice girl. Every day you can come home with hot water, delicious food, and warm greetings. You can share with her all the things you see, and she will tell you all the trivial things that happen at home. There will also be cute children kissing your cheeks and playing around you. Isn't this warmth good?" When she first arrived in Backlund, it was all thanks to Williams's help that she was able to quickly establish herself in East Borough. Therefore, she had always wished for him to lead a better life. "Warmth?" Williams sneered. "That's based on the money I bring home. I've seen through it a long time ago. If I can bring home 20 soldi a week, then I'm sure that my family is warm, just like you described. But if I can't, Lord, the screams and insults of the women, the crying and shouting of the children will drive me crazy. My mother is a good example. Every time my old man comes home, it's accompanied by beating, cursing, and a ruckus. In that case, I might as well exchange my soldi and pence for alcohol. No one cares how much I earn here. Everyone drinks and chats. The atmosphere is very, very good. If you miss women, there are still those cute street girls outside. They won't quarrel with you." The corners of Zio's mouth twitched. "You're really a hopeless believer of the Lord of Storms. One day you'll die of alcohol and some strange disease." "At least I've already enjoyed it," Williams replied indifferently. "I haven't worked for almost 3 days. I won't give you a discount." Zio didn't try to persuade him any further. She touched her messy blonde hair and handed over the portraits of Lenivus that Audrey had given her. "Help me keep an eye on this person and find him as soon as possible. There are different images of him in here." Williams unfolded the paper in a drunken manner, glanced at it, and said, "He looks too ordinary, and there are so many people in East Borough. There are people dying, leaving, coming, or becoming vagrants at any time. It's very difficult to find him. In short, help me keep an eye out. Inform me immediately if you find anyone similar." Zio took out a 5 soldi note and handed it to him. "This is for the alcohol. If you can find the person in the portrait, I'll, give you another £10. £10. Williams whistled. "Zio, when did you become so generous? Or are you saying that this person is worth more? That's his bounty. £10 for providing clues." Zio pretended to look around the tavern and replied, "Don't forget about this. I'll come to you in a few days." She had already traveled nearly half of East Borough and issued this mission to the gang leaders and well-informed people she knew. She had paid a few pounds in advance. "As long as one of them succeeds, I'll be able to earn it back, a lot." Zio silently encouraged herself, covered her mouth and nose, and turned to walk out of the tavern. At this moment, the quarrel of some drunkards turned into a conflict, and the scene gradually turned chaotic. Zio glanced around helplessly and raised her voice. "Stop!" The imposing aura echoed in the tavern. The drunkards seemed to have met their nemesis as they hurriedly sat down again. Some even squatted down with their heads in their hands. "Phew, I wonder when I'll be promoted to sheriff." Zio sighed in satisfaction and anticipation. On Wednesday morning, Klein went to the distant St. George Borough, which seemed to be in another city, to pay attention to his first investment. With his previous pointers and the inspiration from Roselle's manuscript, Leopard's progress on the bicycle project was very fast. He had already produced a rough prototype. This was very much in line with Klein's impression of a bicycle. After the test ride, Klein provided a few suggestions for improvement and indicated that he would pay for the second portion of the investment next week. He also hoped that he could bring in new investors as soon as possible so that the project could enter the factory stage as soon as possible. The only problem was that Leopard believed that he was the inventor and had the right to name the product. He wasn't satisfied with the term bicycle and planned on using the more common term bicycle. Klein didn't mind at all. At noon, after returning to 15 Minsk Street, before he could take off his hat, he heard a series of illusory pleas. Miss Justice's? She gathered the information on the declining nobles so quickly? In thought, Klein prepared to enter the living room and head to the second floor. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring again. He hurriedly turned around to open the door and saw the Sammers' maid, Julienne, next door. Mr. Moriarty, Mrs. Sammer would like to invite you to a luncheon on Sunday. There will be many neighbors, the maid said as though she was reciting a script. After Klein returned last night, he had already handed the portable camera to Mrs. Sammer and exchanged a few words with her, but he didn't receive any notification about the luncheon. That's right. The magazines say that middle-class people don't mention it in person when they invite someone to a banquet. They usually send an attendant or maid to invite them. This is very much in line with Mrs. Sammer's style. Klein was puzzled at first, but he immediately understood and agreed to be on time on Sunday. Who wouldn't be happy when there was a free lunch? Besides, Mr. and Mrs. Sammer aren't people who are difficult to get along with, as long as you don't mind their flaunting. Klein added inwardly. After watching Julienne leave, he closed the door and walked to the staircase. On the way, he swept his gaze across the slightly messy living room, dining room, and kitchen. It's been a few days since I've done any cleaning. As a single man, it's already not bad that I can maintain this level of cleanliness. I have too many secrets, and I might even be attacked. It's not good to hire a maidservant to stay at home. Why don't I discuss it with Mrs. Sammer on Sunday, and get her to send her maidservant over to clean twice a week? I'll pay her accordingly. Many tenants and landlords have similar agreements. Klein walked steadily as he entered the bedroom on the second floor and drew the curtains. After entering above the gray fog, he discovered that the prayer was indeed from Miss Justice. This noble lady sat on a piano stool, her hands pressed on the keys, but she didn't play. Instead, she softly recited the honorific name of the fool that doesn't belong to this era. I've gathered information on the fallen nobles and request to hold a sacrificial ritual. Please pass it to Mr. World. That's fast. As expected of a professional. Klein immediately gave a response. Audrey, who had just returned from meeting with the Royal Heraldic officials and experts in this area, completed the sacrificial ritual with some difficulty and threw the thick manuscript into the illusory door. I'll pass it to World. Klein indifferently cut off the connection. This time, he wasn't in a hurry to return to the real world. Instead, he flipped through the manuscript and found the corresponding part of the Pound family. The Pound family's Viscount title did come from the Battle of Violated Oath. They were loyal supporters of the royal family, and they had considerable power in the army and their own fiefdom. However, 32 years ago, 2 heirs of this family successively died of a serious illness. At that time, the old Viscount could only bring a child from a side branch into his family. Not long after, the old Viscount passed away. As the child was young, under the temptation and instigation of his attendants, he changed his butler and became a foppish son. In just 7 or 8 years, he squandered most of his wealth and was demoted to a baron. Even the family's house in Bakeland was sold. In the next few years, his title was demoted again, becoming a baronet. Died of a serious illness? I'm afraid even the corpses can't be found. They're all in the innermost room of the underground building, outside the bloody door. The old Viscount must have deliberately concealed this matter, and didn't let the royal family, the military, or the church investigate. From the looks of it, the Pound family only discovered the underground building of the Fourth Epoch by chance more than 30 years ago. Perhaps the secret door to the basement was built by them. But there are more than 2 corpses in the innermost room. In ancient times, someone else entered and explored it? Yes, I have to talk to Baronet Pound in a way that won't expose my identity. Klein stopped his thoughts and looked at the last paragraph. He saw the content he wanted. Baronet Pound, currently renting at 29 Civilhouse Street, Empress Borough. Chapter 278. Civilhouse County was located in the western part of the Kingdom of Rouen, facing the Republic of Intis across the Hornacis mountain range. In Bakeland there was a street named after it. It was located at the edge of Empress Borough, where the headquarters of the Capital Police Department was located. Many people chose to settle down on this street for peace of mind, and Rafter Pound was one of them. In the street house numbered 29, the baronet was draped in cotton flannel pajamas as he stood in the warm living room. He stood by the closed window and stared diagonally across at Civilhouse Yard. He was in his early 40s, but his sideburns were already white. His eyes were puffy and his wrinkles were obvious. His body seemed to exude the smell of alcohol at all times. Torn women's underwear was strewn on the floor behind Rafter, and across from it was a burning fireplace. The baronet raised the glass in his hand and drank the rest of the liquid in one gulp. Then, he slowly walked to the door, wanting to return to his bedroom to sleep. As there were no pipes to transfer heat to the fireplace, he felt the bone-chilling late autumn chill the moment he left the living room. Damn it! Rafter Pound cursed softly, staggered to the bedroom door, and turned the knob. The bedroom was dark, with only a faint crimson glow spilling in. Rafter was about to close the door and fall onto the bed when his gaze suddenly froze. A figure was sitting quietly on a chair beside the curtains. The figure wore a grayish-blue shirt and pants, and a dark cap. His entire body was hidden in the shadows. Sensing Baron Pound's gaze, the figure slowly raised his head and looked over. His face was covered in red, yellow, and white paint like the funniest clown. Rafter was about to shout and turn around to escape, but he saw a revolver aimed at him and heard two deep and hoarse words. "I suggest you don't do anything unwise. If you cooperate, I won't hurt you, nor will I take away your belongings if you still have any." Rafter Pound's expression changed a few times, and he obediently closed the bedroom door. Then, he raised his hands and sat on the edge of the bed. What do you want me to do?" he hiccuped, his body trembling as he reminded her. "Civilhouse Yard is right across the street." "I know, but I think I'm closer to you than Civilhouse Yard." Klein, disguised as a clown, changed his voice and tone and warned, "And my purpose is just to ask you some questions." Before coming to Civilhouse Street, he had divined whether the trip would be dangerous in the mysterious space above the gray fog and received a very safe answer. "Problem?" Rafter's lips quivered as he smiled bitterly. "It's happening again. Will I never be able to escape this nightmare? Many people have come to ask." Klein followed up on his word. "No, not only did they ask. After my uncle, the respected old Duke, passed away, too many things happened around me. The amiable old butler resigned for no reason. I have no idea where he went. Those attendants and maidservants changed without any warning. They became unfamiliar and cold. They were looking for something. Yes, looking for something. I wasn't even 10 years old back then. All I could do was watch, not daring to tell anyone. I was afraid that I would never wake up again." Rafter replied, on the verge of a breakdown. "Looking for what? Was it for the underground building or the Pound family's treasure? For example, the beyonder characteristics and mystical items buried near the evil spirit? It's impossible for the royal family and the church to not notice it. The upper echelons definitely know about the law of beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility. Since the Pound family has been destroyed, such items should have been taken back, right? Unless the old Duke spent a huge price to buy additional beyonder characteristics and mystical items of the same sequence, so as to hide the matter of the underground building." Klein listened calmly and had many guesses. He looked relaxed, but in fact, he could take action at any time. He asked, "How long did such days last?" I don't know. I'm surrounded by faces I don't know. How can I be sure that the remaining people aren't accomplices? Heh, I pretended not to notice anything and trembled for several years. Then, under their enticement, I drank, played with women, gambled, smoked marijuana, and did all kinds of things that made me look like a good-for-nothing. Rafter Pound laughed somewhat nervously. They finally felt at ease and stopped watching me. When I even sold the house, few left. I don't know where they went. No, they must still be secretly monitoring me, preventing me from calling the police. Yes, preventing me from calling the police. This fellow has a mental illness. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. The change in the color of his emotions is very logical, but what if he just feels that he has let down the old Duke, so he imagines such a scene to find a reason for his depravity. After that, he constantly convinced himself to completely believe it. As a qualified keyboard warrior, Klein, who knew a little about everything, had seen similar cases in his previous life. He thought for 2 seconds. What did these people ask you? They asked me how the 2 children of the old Duke died. They asked me if the old Duke had any abnormal behavior in the past few years. I wasn't even 10 years old at the time. I didn't know anything at all. Rafter waved his arm and growled, unable to suppress his voice. Calm down, please calm down. Klein pressed his left hand down and asked about other matters. He tried to confirm from various angles if Baronet Pound knew about the underground building. Time passed quickly as the questions and answers were exchanged. Klein said in a hoarse voice, "You really don't look like you know anything. I'm sorry to disturb you. It's time for me to leave." He stood up and bowed slightly in a very cultured manner. Almost at the same time, the collapse and excitement on Rafter Pound's face instantly disappeared. His light blue eyes became abnormally deep, as if he was scrutinizing something. Seeing that the intruder dressed as a clown was about to stand up straight again, he immediately returned to his previous performance: grief, madness, bitterness, and neuroticism. Right at this moment, a voice that was filled with a mysterious feeling suddenly resounded in his ears. Crimson. Klein injected his spirituality into the slumber charm and threw it at Rafter with his unarmed left hand. Amidst the fine burning sounds, a rich and intense tranquility spread out, enveloping the baronet. He couldn't help but close his eyes, causing his body to fall limply onto the bed. "I'm sorry. The question just now was only for comparison. There are still procedures such as dream infiltration and spirit channeling." Klein patted his pajamas, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed again. Following that, he used the dream charm and entered Rafter's dream like a nightmare. Amidst the gray, fragmented, and constantly flashing world, Klein walked beside Rafter with a clear and rational mind. He watched as he encountered blank, featureless attendants and maidservants, giving him an abnormally horrifying feeling. He watched as he would always turn his head to look back, and he would see an old face silently watching him. He watched as he curled up in a corner, trembling, and watched as he was slowly enveloped by shadows. This is very consistent with what he just described. Klein tried to guide him to figure out the whole story, but Baronet Pound seemed to have a very serious psychological trauma from those matters. Just a little stimulation would cause him to shout hysterically and run crazily in his dreams. This made it impossible for Klein to obtain any more information. Therefore, he left the dream and gave Rafter Pound another slumber charm. Then, he took out a mantha extract and other materials and prepared for the mediumship ritual. After responding to himself, Klein's spirituality passed through the storm of thoughts and saw the other party's illusory figure, an illusory figure based on the body of heart and mind. "What did the old Viscount say to you before he died?" Klein asked after some deliberation. Rafter Pound answered in a daze. "He asked me to maintain the family." "What else?" Klein deliberately asked in a certain tone. "What else?" Klein deliberately asked in an affirmative tone. "He asked me to remember the glory of my ancestors," Rafter replied blankly. Klein nodded slightly and asked, What's the matter? What are those people looking for? I don't know. Rafter still gave the same answer. Klein continued to ask questions and compared them to before. He came to the conclusion that Baronet Pound wasn't lying and that what he had said was true enough. At this point, he didn't stay any longer. He penetrated the other party's storm of thoughts and allowed the spirituality that had spread out to return to his body. Right on the heels of that, Klein methodically cleaned up the scene. He took out Aztec's copper whistle and threw it a few times, using its level to interfere with any possible divination investigations. Thank you very much for your cooperation, Mr. Baronet. After doing all of this, Klein, who was covered in clown paint, bowed once again. Then, he turned around, opened the window, and jumped into the street, disappearing into the night. After a moment, Rafter Pound suddenly opened his eyes. Around his light blue eyes, there was a ring of ruptured capillaries. He suddenly sat up and stared at the open oriel window. After making a huge detour to Eastborough, Klein washed off his disguise, changed into normal clothes, and returned to 15 Minsk Street in Sherwood Borough as if nothing had happened. He didn't rest, nor did he think about what to do with the underground building. Instead, he entered the world above the gray fog again. At the end of the long ancient table, Klein slowly spread open his palm, revealing a few strands of brown hair. It was Rafter Pound's hair, the hair he had collected before entering the dream. There's still one last procedure. Divine confirmation above the gray fog. Klein silently muttered to himself. He conjured a pen and paper and wrote down the content he had previously considered. Rafter Pound's future. I want to see what will happen to you in the future to verify it with the past. Klein leaned back in his chair and silently recited the divination statement.